the uneducated. But I've never heard him refer to his own voters as dumb.
Okay, well, we can get technical about semantics and the exact wording
Okay.
that he said. That's not stuff
So
I
I
would.
guess then if what you're saying is true, then I guess to some degree that might verify what he was saying. If he doesn't care about you, what you're saying, and you voted for him anyway, I guess that would make you kind of dumb, would it not?
Hey, I didn't say it. I'm just bringing up the obvious, and people can make up their own minds about what it means and everything. But he said everything that I'm saying right here. It's not. I'm not making up nothing. I'm not like because when you have a lack of information, then people have a tendency to add the stuff that they want in there. But I'm not adding no stuff that I put in there. I'm just saying what he said and the people in his inner circle, in his family have said.
Well, let's tackle a little bit more of what he said. He also stated toward the end of the message, don't worry, our country will soon be respected, productive, fair, and strong, and you will be more than ever before proud to be an American. What about the notion that he's claiming under his watch, America is going to be more productive, fair, and strong? Is that not a good thing?
I mean, of course, there's good things in what people say, but you have to look at the ways they're looking at achieving those things because those things affect people. When he has, when he's having a big party, which I'm not saying that people shouldn't celebrate their victory
Right.
or celebrate the holidays and stuff, but it's not like if you look at that party they had yesterday, it was something eerily dark about him sitting next to the richest man in the world and him putting all of these billionaires and all.
Why do you think, that's a good question. Now, that wasn't part of the topic today, but that is a good point. Why do you think Elon Musk is holding on so close? He is everywhere with Trump.
We look, anybody with any type of common sense would know. Listening to what Elon Musk says, watching his business moves and everything, he's going to be in the ear of the most powerful man in the world.
There's no denying that. I mean, he is everywhere like that. Why is this dude? I mean, he's taking Elon Musk around like he's a Visa card. Never leave home without him. So it does seem like there's something to that.
Right, but I reverse it. It's not him taking Elon. Elon is sticking close to him. Elon's already got friction and got him to basically get rid of one of his most loyal sycophants. The guy Epstein, the guy now they talking about he's been using Trump's name for personal gain and
Well, he did pay a lot of money, so he paid to attend. So you can't hate on Trump for rewarding somebody that fund 145 mil. I mean, you got to expect he wants something for that.
Yeah, of course he does, and we can kind of see it like. If anybody, like, he's a businessman. We know that he did not buy X so he could make it a better business to make money. That was strictly a propaganda machine that he got to create in his own self-image and likeness. He got to start kicking people off of X that he didn't like, although he said it was going to be open to everybody. He was using the algorithm to create this thought process of like Trump was great, and he said it's just open. What did he say? It's the public, the town square of communication and all of this stuff. And now the thing is worth a quarter of what it was in the beginning. He doesn't care about that money because he used that 30 million that he lost, and now he's created a $500 billion.
Yeah, he's already made all of that money back. I mean, he made all that money back the minute Trump got elected. He made all that money back. I want you to hear this. This is something coming from Buys, I think it is, on YouTube. I'm gonna throw this one out there just because it's so inflammatory. I want you to give me your opinion on this. He says if you listen to the white man, they only voted for Trump because they're afraid to be a minority, and it's all in their head, but they believe they can make it happen though. Does that make any sense at all? That they're voting for Trump because they're afraid that they're going to become a minority?
Well, we've already known that the country was trending in that direction for a long time. We knew during the last census that was the first time in American history that the white population actually declined. And so we know that, and we've seen and we've already heard all of this stuff about the what do they call it, the uh, replacement theory, and how people think. And but what I will say about that is, yes, there's probably a large number of people that feel like that. But there are, look, Trump flooded the zone with every kind of negative thought process about how white people are being treated now. So it's more than just the replacement part. Now they feel like he's made them actually feel like now they're being targeted.
Yeah, but he did say he's done more for blacks since Abraham Lincoln, and he was trying to protect black jobs. He was talking about doing things for black people too, though.
Right, that's what I say. He flooded the zone for every demographic to feel like they're being attacked.
Yeah. Okay.
And so that's what got everybody on his side, because once he made everybody feel like they were being attacked, then he could say, I'm being the savior.
And that's it. That was his campaign motto. Trump will fix it. So I mean, I guess to some degree you are right. Yeah, but
he said to the black people, he said to women, he told black people, look, your lives are horrible. You ain't got shit. Why not?
Yeah.
He told the women, I'm gonna fix it whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
He told the Hispanic people, look, if you came over here the right way, I'm in your corner, and these other people are hurting you. He told almost every demographic that you can think of, I am here to save you. He even had Caitlyn Jenner all up in the spot.
Yeah.
Like he care about trans people when we know.
Well, I don't. Yeah, but Caitlyn admitted she's not a defender of trans. I don't know how you. That's like, I guess I'm not a defender of black people's rights. I don't understand why that person would do that. But in the comments, Star Silva says, is dude reading this comment saying, like, what did Kamala promise? Look up with the swipe of my. So what about the notion that regardless of what you're saying about Trump, Kamala ran such a piss poor campaign that it should be obvious why she lost?
That's a kind of like a loaded thing, because we all know what the impediments to Kamala Harris were, and they may not have been a popular thing, and we're learning that, and that's fine. We're learning that we don't really care about equity and inclusion. We don't care about defending the lesser than. We don't care about actually giving us a firm position on the world stage about our foreign policy. We don't care about our allies in the world. Like, yeah, we can have that discussion and blame it all on her.
No, but think about what you just said. You said that Trump portrayed everybody as losing out and how he was going to fix everybody's problem by speaking about things that they actually cared about. Maybe Trump just ran a better campaign. If everybody feels like economically they're suffering, or the border's not secure, or we're going to war, something that everybody across the board cares about, and he's speaking directly to certain communities and is working and resonating, is it perhaps possible that he just simply ran a much better campaign than Kamala Harris?
Well, I guess you can't necessarily argue with running a campaign. You can argue about how you run the campaign.
Well, yes, how about this?
A better campaign because he won. But if he was using false rhetoric and lies and deceit to do it, does that mean it was a better campaign? Like, because now we're saying that everybody should now start using lies, deceit, dishonesty.
You think that started with Trump? You don't think politicians been using that all along?
No, but he took it to a new level. He took it right to the top. He took that elevator to
Well, you can't really say he lied and used deceitful promises yet because he's not in office. I mean, if he serves 4 years and he doesn't measure up to what he promised, then yeah. But right now he's not in office, so you can't call him a liar yet because you haven't given him a chance to deliver.
I mean, I can say that he lied when he said he's done the most for black people, and that they should give them, you know, when he's talking about, and this is all what he's talking about. So I don't understand. Look, he's put us in a situation that if I say I don't like what he said he's going to do, they can say, well, he hasn't done it yet. But that's also what they voted for him to do.
Yeah.
So are they saying that they don't believe he's going to do it?
What did they vote for Trump to do that you have a problem with? What did Trump promise to do for America and its constituents that you have a problem with?
Get rid of the Department of Education. Yeah. You know, roll back all of these initiatives that were supposed to help our society deal with the ills of our past.
What do you mean?
With DEI,
okay,
affirmative action, voting rights, all of those things where rights of people are concerned. Talking about the immigration, talking about doing away with birthright citizenship. Have his main man talk about denaturalization of people who have already come, quote unquote, the right way.
Well, now I gotta play devil's advocate, put on my MAGA hat and push back and ask this question. In 2024, some 70 years or more, 60, 70 years probably since the Civil Rights Act has been passed, do you believe affirmative action, as you mentioned, and DEI are still necessary?
Yes, in some areas, yes.
In some areas, so not all across the country, though.
When you're talking about voting rights, yes, because we've seen the southern states actually try to put all of these restrictions, this gerrymandering. We see it. We know that it happens. So yes, I think the state should be beholden to run those types of things through the federal government before implementing them in local districts and states around the country. Yes, I do believe. I don't believe racism is over and now everybody's equal and we can start running on the same playing field. We know that.
So how would you respond to someone that is white that might suggest, I had nothing to do with that stuff back then, and if I have a higher test score or I do better on the aptitude test, it is wrong to give this position to someone else that is lesser qualified simply because I'm white?
That's not how affirmative action or any of those DEI programs work. They work if you have equal merit. If you have equal merit, they look at the numbers and say, okay, we want to try to give people opportunity that would not have before had that same opportunity. It's not saying that my test score could be lower than yours, but they still gonna put me in that place. That's not how affirmative action works. Now,
yeah, but if I'm white and you're black, and even if we score equally, why are you getting a one-up on me for something I had nothing to do with?
That's not a one-up. If I come from the inner city in Detroit, and you come from Calabasas, California, and you've been put through, private schools and all of that, you're going to automatically have a one-up. And if we go by merit-based strictly, you're always going to get into the school before me. You have to figure out a way to diversify it because you end up with nothing but the rich, wealthy class running and owning everything. You have to figure out a way to incorporate people in there where they would have not otherwise had the opportunity. That person that comes from Calabasas is always going to have great opportunity.
Yeah, but what if it's somebody like Eminem that came from Flint, Michigan? Should he be treated like somebody who lived in Calabasas?
What do you mean treated like that?
In other words, every white person is not born in Calabasas with a silver spoon in their mouth. There are white people that were born in rural Alabama and backwoods Louisiana that are going to say, why are you treating me differently than the African American. I grew up struggling and dirt poor too.
They're not going to be deprived of opportunities. They're not going to be deprived of opportunities. They're still going to be able to go and apply to the 100 schools like they do right now, and they're going to be accepted into one of the better ones. But to say that we shouldn't get 10% or 15% of the highest merit students that happen to be African American, give them a shot to get in there, give them a shot to have access to these high paying jobs that need to have these Ivy League degrees, that need to be able to help develop and help support the Black community to gain wealth, to bring us out of poverty. That helps the society as a whole. That's not just helping stopping white people from getting getting opportunities. They're always going to have opportunities because they run all of the institutions. So if I try to sprinkle a little bit in there and give them an opportunity to show them to get to allow their families to be able to prosper and to bring kids and generations out of poverty, that's supposed to be a win for everybody. The same way back in the day in the West, when America wanted to expand, what did they do? They gave all of these impoverished people who didn't have anything, they gave them land so they could develop the land, so they could bring their families out of poverty and contribute back to American society. You have to do something to bring the lesser into the fold if you want them to stop being lesser. You can't just...
That was kind of supposed to be the whole 40 acres and a mule that never took place.
Exactly, and they made sure they put a bullet in Lincoln's head to make sure the next president came in. He pulled the military out of the South. They instituted the Southern Strategy. Like, we all know the history.
Yeah.
So to say today that everything is equal after 400 years of this mentality, and we've had 80, 70, 80 years now of being quote unquote free. Now all of a sudden we want to say get rid of everything that we use to help bring minorities up in this country and just let everybody start on the same. We can look at the wealth gap. Look at the wealth gap between whites and blacks.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, there were the African American community and certainly the Hispanic community didn't show a lot of love to Kamala Harris. So you got to deal with what we voted in office, and that is Trump. Didn't care. I do got to move it on, but Trump is our guy.
I just wanted to say one more thing.
Sure.
Like when I was listening to a gentleman on the live early, and he was making the perfect parallel between Trump and his celebration and stuff yesterday, and he was basically saying that Trump has, for the religious people, that he has become their golden calf. And
he's done a lot for him. He's done a lot for him.
People that are religious should go look at what the golden calf meant to Moses and the people in the Bible, and really take a look at what's going on. If they're religious, because all of these people that say that they're religious and they voted for this, they voted for him to come out and call people lunatics and all of that stuff. They voted for that. And so if their whole thing is that they voted for somebody because he did something directly for them, then they're not really religious at all.
Yikes. All right, didn't care. I don't know the story of the calf, but I'm interested. Appreciate you coming through.
All right.
Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. And thank you folks that are tapping the screen. Very lazy thumbs today. Maybe it's the topic. We're talking about Walmart, America's largest private employer, rolling back DEI initiatives. They closed the Center for Racial Equity, something they had open right after the killing of George Floyd. They're preventing third-party vendors now from selling LGBTQ merchandise on their platform online. They already took it out of the stores, and they no longer will be using language like DEI or Latinx in official company communication. Why is Walmart doing this now? What caused them to do this? Because I got a lot of minorities, particularly blacks, that are all over social media saying they're not going to shop at Walmart anymore. I want to get it from you folks. What is your opinion? Does this matter at all? Something you don't give a damn about? Or does it give you a more favorable or adverse opinion on Walmart? Looking in the comments, why are there so many closeted Republican homosexuals? WOR, I don't know about there being a whole bunch of closeted Republican homosexuals, but if I had to speculate, it's because being a open Republican homosexual is not very popular. So likely you would be closeted about it. Man, I swear, black people are the easiest to manipulate. It's coming from Cody Miller. It says, man, I swear, black people are the easiest to manipulate. Apparently, everyone that calls on this show makes up reality so that they are disadvantaged. I understand how you're taking it, Cody, but I can tell you what an absolute certainty is not just black people that say they're disadvantaged. I mean, what was my last caller alluding to? Replacement theory. That comes from whites, and that's indicating that they're disadvantaged. Everybody believes that they're disadvantaged in some way or another. It's not just black people saying that. You just probably hear it easier when it's coming from somebody that is of color, but everybody is claiming that in some way, somehow or another. Looking in the comments, he would know, says Mickey Hubbard. Let me go back to the box. Thank you, DJ Julio. Appreciate that. Miss Mo Better. Good evening.
Hello.
Or good afternoon, Miss Mo Better.
Good afternoon, Tim. Happy Thanksgiving.
Yes. I still got some of it in me. Got to get rid of that. So, but it was a good holiday.
It was.
Yes.
It was good. You know, ate well.
Same.
And from the meals that I've seen and the meals that I've had, nobody looked like they were impoverished to me.
I heard that the price of Thanksgiving Day dinner went up 20% from last year. Was that your vision? I didn't see that.
No, not according to my receipt. It didn't. My receipt wasn't different. I pretty much had the same meal. I may have even had even more than I had.
Yeah, I saw that on Fox News. You know, it is Fox, but they said the price of Thanksgiving dinner was 20% higher this year from last. I'm like, I thought prices went down.
Fox tends to hype and exaggerate a lot of things.
Yeah.
And they have lawsuits proving that that's what they do. How much did that go up since they got slapped with that lawsuit for almost $1 billion, please?
So you believe that was misinformation then?
Oh, it's a lot. They give out a lot of misinformation. And you know what it is, Tim? We have to be careful of the sources. We have to be careful of where we get our information. That's why, now research has been a very big word this year. If any word that's been used more than anything, it's research.
True. So what do you think of what Walmart is doing? Whereas they're taking a turn to the right. They're going anti-LGBTQ. They're not favorable to DEI or go ahead.
It's so hypocritical. Because if you go, I know the Walmart where I live here in New York is full of people that are some
people
of them barely
color.
Speak the language.
Yeah.
Barely even speak the language. So does that mean I don't know why they're going that direction? Who's in their ear? Who they supported Trump very big during this election, right. According to the polls or according to the information that I've read. That Walmart's very big on supporting him and the LGBTQ and all that stuff. And then you see a picture up with him in a picture with Bruce Jenner, aka Caitlyn.
I don't get that.
At Mar-a-Lago. Make this make sense to me.
I don't. Well,
make it make sense to me. And not only that, my real question is, what has the LGBTQAI, whatever letters they use, done so detrimental to where they're under attack?
Well, the belief is that they're harmful to children. They're playing girl sports and breaking records. They believe that these folks are a threat to kids.
Well, now I agree that they should not be able to play in a sport. that you weren't born. If you want to play basketball, there's men's basketball, whether you identify as a woman or not. I agree with that. However, most of the stories, and everybody can go do this with the statistics and look them up, most of the kids are being harmed by either priests or somebody in their family members. Do you hear them denouncing the church? No.
Based on my own analysis, I tend to agree that most kids are harmed by straight males more than anybody. I mean, straight males are the ones that usually abuse kids. But I saw the comments also, in regards to what we were talking about the price of Thanksgiving Day dinner. Gaither Kane says it actually went down 5% from last year, but it's up 20% from 3 years ago. So he's saying that the price of Thanksgiving Day dinner is actually 5% cheaper than it was last year. But 3 years ago, it was 20% less than it is now. So,
well, yeah, again, you know what it is? A lot of people get so complacent. They don't like change. They don't like to be told what to do. So instead of you eating prime rib, which you might have to eat turkey instead. Like, how dare you tell me that? How dare you tell me that I have to switch to, my meal?
Yeah.
But again, a lot of this stuff is talking points. You know, like I said, the grocery stores were loaded with people. That means somebody has some kind of money to spend. They're not as broke as they're making it out to be.
I also heard the airlines were heavily traveled, and it's Black Friday today, and they're claiming there's a lot of money being spent today on Black Friday as well.
Packed. And it's crazy, but again, for Walmart, I don't know why they're going, because a lot of their business comes from minority shoppers.
Yeah.
You have people, you know, that claim to be a so-called higher class. They're not going to Walmart.
Now, do you think that minorities might respond to this then? If you're saying that, you know, a lot of their customers are minorities, and this is certainly not pro-minority what they're doing, do you believe that this could lead to some boycotting or...
As one or two things that's going to happen. They either not go in there, or when they go in there, they're going to be doing a self-checkout all the time, if you know what I'm saying, which I don't condone that.
It took me a minute to get that. You talk about the 5-figure discount.
Listen, free 99. You know what I'm saying? You already know the only way to get out of a really rich person is to hit them in their pocket.
Oh, shit. So going in there. Well, we're going to continue patronizing you, all right. You ain't going to know it, but we're going to continue patronizing you.
Exactly. You're going to see more police at Walmart than anything.
Yeah, and I see in the comments, Big Rex says, I tax them all the time, brother. You know, once you get rid of cashiers and you let people check their own shit out, you got to assume that happens anyway. I mean, right. I think, because Walmart's not the only grocery store doing that. And I got to assume that they've done the numbers and it's still cheaper to let a few people get away with some shit than to hire people and give them, you know, labor law pay and, you know, unemployment insurance. So they've probably done the numbers and they're like, well, even if a few people steal things, it's still cheaper to fire Sally and let them do it.
To let that happen. Matter of fact, they can write that off. Like, this is, I'm going to write it off on my taxes. I'll get that back. So I'm not too worried about that. But employees, like you said, workers' compensation, employee and health insurance and all of that stuff, how much more does it cost them than to write that little T-shirt or something off on their taxes?
But no, the other viewer that was talking about this, Gaither Kane, pointed out that we all will pay for that theft. In other words, if things are being discounted from Walmart, as you pointed out, free 99. That's a new phrase. Free 99. If everything costs free 99, or a lot of merchandise is costing free 99, he's saying that for folks who are willing to pay, they're going to have to pay more.
You know what? A newsflash to him, we're going to be paying more anyway. So what's going to happen? Because them tariffs are going to go forward. Trump is not going to be outdone when it comes to his tariffs.
I don't think the tariffs are going to happen. I think if Trump,
you know why? Because he got people pushing back now. You know what I'm saying? With the prime minister or whatever, the lady from Mexico, it's like, listen, we gonna go tariff for tariff. We can go back and forth. We're not afraid of you, but she stated that she's willing to sit and work with him, and we can come up with some type of solution, but you're not going to just bully your way.
I don't think, and Behave, I see you say you scrolled, this is the live you needed. Thank you for that, Behave. I don't see where, here's how I see it. Trump is talking about sending the military down to the border to defend the border. And his whole purpose of the tariffs are, I'm going to impose these 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada if they don't, secure their border and stop sending people to the country. Well, if you send in the military, as Trump has stated, to both borders to protect our border, then nobody's coming over from Canada or Mexico. So at the end of the day, once he gets the immigration numbers way down, he can say, well, I don't have to impose tariffs, because he can lie and say they're not sending anybody anymore. When in reality, Mexico or Canada may not have done a damn thing. It's the fact that you sent the military there. So that gives him an out of not having to do the tariffs and bragging and saying the threat of terrorists made them act right. When in reality, they may not be doing anything at all. It's the fact that U.S. military is down there. So it's kind of giving him an out to take credit for something that may or may not even happen.
Well, that's what he does. He's the man that I'm going to take credit. That's what he likes to do, whether it happens or not. And that's why I even said that about the mass deportation. Look, you have to do the numbers as well as all of this other stuff. And after them electing him, he's like, you know what? We got to hold up on this.
Yeah.
We got to wait. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to continue to tell them that I'm going to do it. Oh, but I'm going to do the criminals first. First, you're going to have to find those criminals.
Yeah.
If they let any of them criminals out of here, good luck with finding them.
I don't know. I think with a small reward. I mean, if somebody committed a major felony, Trump is talking about rapists and murderers. He's not talking about somebody who stole a bag of potato chips. So if you committed a major felony, even if a liberal judge has let you out, they have your fingerprints and your face on file. I think with a little bit of reward money, you would have other Hispanics. You see, Hispanics voted for Trump, so other Hispanics would probably snitch on their own kind, and that would help them find them.
Yeah, because they think that's going to give them a one-up. But what's going to happen is, again, you're not going to be able to catch them, and now they're going to go after the people that they can get.
Yeah, and I would say, the one-up is they got the rapists and murderers are at level 1. You might be at level 2. If you help them catch the people at level 1, you've given them a one-up for you to be next.
For you to be next, and that's exactly what's going to happen. But see, so now what's happening with Walmart and taking away the DEI and all of that stuff, they're going to allow these federal people to come inside. I can go into your establishment and take anybody I feel doesn't belong here.
Wow.
And you can't sue them. You can't do any of that stuff. So they're doing that to just protect themselves, because they know now with Trump being able to activate the military, it could be no holds barred. It could be a very dangerous situation.
Yeah. Well, that's what we voted for, though. That is what we voted for.
No, that's who they voted for. I didn't. I can show you my receipt. I didn't vote for him.
You are an American. So we voted for Trump. You can say it with me. We voted for him.
No, you voted for him. I didn't. I didn't.
Who was you?
And I did not approve the message.
All right, Miss Mobetta, you're a tough customer. Let me ask it to you this way. Come late January, who will be your president?
Donald Trump will be the
president.
Take your time.
Take your time.
I'm going to have to learn to govern myself.
What, are you going to be a sovereign citizen?
A sovereign citizen, that's right, or more. That's what you can call me. I already applied for my other birth certificate.
Oh, but he was president from 2016 to 2020. Was it really that bad?
We see how that ended. We see how it ended with him in 2020. It was a shit show.
Okay, he didn't go out smoothly, but while he was governing the country, how was it?
He caused almost a million people to die.
COVID?
Yes, he has to take the responsibility for that. He has to take that. Just like Biden and the border, Trump and COVID. Yes, he did. He had the whole blueprint of what to do if this stuff was to happen.
So you're blaming. So you're
He
saying.
dismantled it overseas and here. He dismantled the whole cabinet, calling it a hoax.
So you're saying that Trump has deaths on his hand because of his handling of COVID.
He got blood on his hands. He got blood on his hands from January 6th also.
Well, the only person that perished on January 6th was one of his supporters.
And they're still on his hands. They were the fools to go down there to act the fool. May they rest in peace. you play stupid games, you get stupid prizes.
Yeah, well, they thought the election was stolen from Trump, and they were trying to defend democracy.
Well, now he got Elon Musk. He got Elon Musk on his team. that everybody and their mama know he helped fix this last election. That's my story, and I'm sticking.
Whoa! You're saying Trump did not win fair and square this time?
He did not win fair and square. That's Elania is his name. Elania was out there buying votes and publicly.
Why are you calling him Elania? I'm curious.
That's Trump's bitch. That's Trump's bitch. It ain't Melania, it's Elania. You don't even see Melania in no pictures. It's all Elania now.
Oh my God, Elania.
Yeah, that's his bitch right there.
Oh my.
Matter of fact, he got Trump bent over. Trump is a trick. He can be bought and sold.
Damn, Miss Mo better.
Yeah, that's his bitch right there. Like, what?
All right, and he does seem to hang around Trump quite a bit.
The rules now, you see Elon Musk's picture up there talking about if mayors do something, they're gonna get prosecuted. And you don't see Trump face up there. You see Elania's face up there.
You making it sound like Elon Musk is a walking Diddy party or something now.
Oh, listen, he might be that and some. He has the money to be that.
Yeah, he does have a lot of money.
And this is where, for those Christians out there who claim to be those so-called Christians, this is where God frowns upon the love of money, because it allows people to do evil shit and get away with it.
Money is the root of all evil. All right, Mr. Mobetta.
The love of money is definitely the root of all evil, and they love money.
Yeah, I think we all do, though, don't we?
No, we like money. Some of us like it. Some of us love it. There's different levels to this shit. We definitely need it now. I'm not going to hold you on that. But you got people that have a little more money that goes to different depths to do things and get away with it. I don't see you out here paying somebody for going to get you 1,000 bottles of baby oil and groping little boys and messing with little boys and shit. No, we're not. Come on, man. There's definitely levels to this shit. And the bigger the bank account, the bigger the demon.
Fair enough. All right, Miss Mobetta.
You know I'm hard on him, Tim. I'm hard.
You are. Yeah, you really erect on this man. I got to move it on. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. Wow. Elania Musk. I've never heard that before, but I am going to ask you folks to tap the screen. Get the likes on up to about 20,000, THOU, if you will. I see in the comments, Cleo says, thank you, Mo. Every time I hear Cleo, call me now. Remember the old Madam Cleo, the psychic commercials? Call me now. Yes, that's what he likes to be called. I've never heard of Elania Musk, but she orated it perfectly. She believes that is Trump's bitch. Oh my God. Gotta say she's right. The buck stops there. Yikes. What about all those aborted babies, says Patty. I mean, who are you blaming those on? I mean, you're going to go back to Margaret Sanger? I mean, the right to terminate a pregnancy certainly didn't start with Biden. Kamala Harris had no say so in it at all. So what are you bringing it up for? It's funny how the white stereotype on blacks is we don't work. Then they removed the policy allowing us to be included in jobs. They only want us to work slave jobs or black jobs, says Joseph Miller. You know, a little bit of a comedy before I go to the box again, and I do appreciate some folks that are tapping the screen. Maybe we'll get to 20,000. Smash that like button on YouTube. You know how the program works. We don't block ban or censor anyone. If you favor this type of dialogue that is fully open, we go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with Q. If you favor this type of dialogue, feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. And happy post Thanksgiving to all of you folks. I get a lot of, I talk to folks on the far right, probably more people on the right than I do on the left in my personal life, but I do also on here. I talk to a lot of folks on the right as well. And I do hear the notion that blacks are lazy often. And I often respond in somewhat of a comical way. And I say, after 400 years of free labor, they just on lunch break. They are capable of working hard. They just on lunch break. You work the guy for 400 years with no overtime. Let the man take a lunch break. So they just on lunch break. They may come back. I just want to point that out. Here's another thing before I continue on with the program. I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole with this, but you're talking about you bring folks over to make them work for free, whereas once the country was conquered, you could have simply did your own agriculture, your own labor. Why are they lazy? Aren't you trying to get free labor? Wasn't that the whole purpose of blacks coming here? You would assume that the people who brought them here were the lazy ones, would they not be? They were the ones trying to get free work. That doesn't make sense to me, but maybe some of you guys can explain that better. Going back to the box, I think that says Big Someone, one of my subscribers. I can't see the rest of that though. 40 years work not true. User, I don't quite get what you're saying. 40 years work not true. What does that mean? Big Rex, good afternoon.
Tim,
hey.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing real good. Doing good. Happy post-Thanksgiving to you. So
happy holidays to you, brother.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. So what do you think of Trump's Thanksgiving message stating that, happy Thanksgiving to all, including the radical left lunatics who have worked so hard to destroy our country? Have you heard of his Thanksgiving message?
I have not. But that don't make no sense there.
Well, I'll give it to you. It's a quick read. Happy Thanksgiving to all, including the radical left lunatics who have worked so hard to destroy our country, but who have miserably failed and will always fail because their ideas and policies are so hopelessly bad that the great people of our nation just gave a landslide victory to those who want to make America great again. Don't worry, our country will soon be respected, productive, fair, and strong, and you will be more than ever before proud to be an American. That was his Happy Thanksgiving Day message yesterday. How do you take it?
That motherfucker's stupid, man. That don't make no damn sense. Why would somebody say stuff like that? That's crazy. He's been campaigning since 2016. Even when he won and all after he lost and left, the motherfucker's been campaigning his entire life.
Well,
but he does nothing.
It's culminated in success. I heard the man was promoting unity, seeking unity.
Yeah, for him and people like him with that mindset, he ain't for everybody.
Yeah. Well, I mean, did you think Kamala Harris was for everybody?
Man, you know why she lost, brother? I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Because she wants to give $25,000 to people, first-time home buyers, free. She wants to eliminate education debt.
Okay.
Free. Just eliminate all of it. And all that shit costs money. And the government ain't about spending money. Them rich motherfuckers, them rich white people that run the government, they're not going to be spending money. So she lost to start with.
Well, the largest deportation in history is going to cost a fortune too, though, is it not?
Let me tell you something. Stephen Miller, you know Stephen Miller. That goddamn man is a bona fide racist, and he don't care who knows. And he is the one writing up that thing to give to President Trump for this deportation of even naturalized citizens. You're going to revoke their naturalization and deport them. How you going to do that? And people been here 30 years.
Well, do you think you think Trump is actually going to follow through with that?
Stephen Miller will.
Well, yeah,
And
but
Trump likes shit like that, and they want stuff like that to happen. Deportation. Get rid of all of them.
now let me ask you this, because it ain't like a lot of the things you and I are discussing, or me and other guests discuss about Trump. It ain't one thing I give Trump credit for. He was fairly clear on what he was going to do. So what I want to ask you is, if you hear about Hispanics that are being deported, and they openly admit, you know, I voted for Trump, I didn't know this was going to happen to me, what would your take on that be?
What do you mean?
How, would you sympathize with a Hispanic that voted for Trump,
Nope.
not thinking it was going to be him?
Nope. That man told him exactly what the hell he's going to do.
Yeah.
And if you think just because you're Mexican and been here forever, you're not part of it, you better have proof. Because they're gonna round you up right along with the rest of them.
Yeah,
That
and
man's ignorant, man. You can't do that. That Texas, that DEI, Walmart, boy, go to Texas. They couldn't understand me. The employees that worked there, they were all Mexican, every last one of them. I didn't know it was like that. So Walmart biting off more than they can chew, because ain't that many white people fill their position. Or black.
well,
Hell.
I mean,
Those are
now,
big
but in
stores,
the comments, Stevie D says he's only going after the people that came in the last 4 years. So, you know, if you came 6-7 years ago, he's not going after you.
Man, you know how people's mentality are. Once they start rounding up people,
Yeah.
that's ignorant. You don't round people up. You know, the Japanese internment, all that. That's stupid.
I don't know. Does he really need to do that, though? I mean, there should be enough people. I've said this before. There should be enough folks that have committed violent felonies that are here illegally, that if you just go after them, you're not going to get a lot of pushback from your adversaries. I mean, even the Democrats are not going to complain if you actually are getting rid of rapists and murderers, right?
Everybody wants to get rid of them. That's a fact.
So just stick to that.
That way. Well, if they know where they're at, those need to go first. They're going to have a big push to start with, and it's going to be messed up for a lot of people, man. It really is.
What about folks that are here working at factories and things like that have no legal right to be here? Would you be okay with kicking them out?
Those people pay taxes, brother. They don't get no income tax return, but they pay taxes just like we do.
But that doesn't
work hard.
But that doesn't give them a right to break the law, does it?
Well, they're undocumented immigrants. That's all they are. They're not illegal immigrants. They didn't commit no crime. All they did was come across the border.
The crime is that they are here with no legal right to be here.
Yeah, that's some people's way of interpreting that. That ain't the way it should be, though. The people ain't over here committing crime. 90% of them ain't, if not more. Everyone I know, they work. They might not be able to talk to you, but them motherfuckers work.
Yeah, but they have to. I mean, they're getting the benefit of skipping the line. There are a lot of people who put a lot of money into trying to come here legally, and they skip the line. Should they be giving that one up?
Well, look at Trump. He paid for his in-laws to come over here with a citizenship. They paid for that. So what difference does it make if it's the other way? I'll come over there too.
So let me make sure I'm getting clarity. So you believe that if you are here illegally, but you've not committed any crimes and you're working, you should be allowed to stay?
Yep.
Wow. You know, there's going to be millions of people.
Man, let me tell you something. I worked with a Mexican crew for 2.5 years. I never had to bring food or nothing. They took care of me like family. And they worked hard as hell. They outworked me, and I was in good shape. It's just they're good people, man. You know, who the fuck you gonna get to go in them fields and pick all them strawberries and all that shit out there? Bent over. That's the only way to pick them.
Wow. What about the notion that they're taking? What about the notion that they're also taking black jobs?
Ain't no such thing as black jobs. What are you talking about? Just black people do labor? What black job?
I'm quoting the president. I'm quoting the president.
Well, he's fucking stupid, man. I don't, you know, I just literally, the only reason I ever look at him is to see what dumb shit's coming out of his mouth. Really.
Then how, if he's so, as you say, fucking stupid, how did he win by so much?
Because a lot of stupid people in this country. Hell, there's a lot of prejudiced ass people in this country, and they like him. They like that shit he talks all the time.
You think the Hispanics were prejudiced too?
Hell yeah. I know
Really?
they are. I deal with Hispanic. Yes, sir. Ask any of them on there.
Prejudice against who?
Same people we are. Anybody.
Well,
I'm literally, I do not like racists, period.
no.
At all, period.
Every American, yeah, but every American, if you ask them publicly, they're going to say they don't like racists. You would think there's no racists in the country. Every American is going to say that.
Everybody has somebody they don't like.
Yeah.
Like I used to not like Indians until I started eating in their restaurants, and damn, you know what I'm saying? If you can get used to the spices, you're good to go. They're good people, man. And they will tell you everything you want to know because they just like talking to people. I guess most people avoid people that not like them, you know?
Yeah.
But I talk to everybody.
Well, as long as they're not eating cats and dogs, I think you're okay.
Oh, no, we don't do that.
All right. All right, Rex. So you're not a big fan of Trump, but he is our president. We voted him in. That is who we chose.
Well, look here. I ain't got no choice.
Right.
We didn't choose him. Hell no, we did not. Our country did, a lot of them, but not all of it.
Enough that it gave him a pretty good victory. Rex, I got to move it on. We'll talk again in the future, I'm sure, but that is our president.
Hey, and these people that gave me gifts, I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you. I don't ask for none, but I appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Anytime. Moving on.
Jim.
Hey, you too. All right, moving on. I wanted to respond to a comment, a super chat. Guess what? That's the name on YouTube. Guess what says? Miss Mobetta, that was my caller before the last caller, says Miss Mobetta called us homophobes, racists. How hard the women were coming out. I don't quite get that. How hard the women were coming out. Now she's still crying. Look at the fingers pointing back at you, Miss Mobetta. So you're saying that she was calling whites homophobes and racists, but I don't quite get the comment about how hard the women were coming out. I don't quite get that. But you're saying now she's crying, and look at all of the fingers pointing back at her. I don't, the whole homophobe thing. I don't want to go too deep into racist thing. We can have conversations on it if you present material. I certainly will tackle that. But the homophobic thing, my analysis is there's a lot of hatred, particularly to the T, LGBTQIA, all those different letters. The T, in my opinion, they are the ones that are being hated right now. I don't believe that is just, I'm protecting this, or I really believe the T in those letters is facing hatred. That's my opinion. You can tell me otherwise. She was referring to Republicans, not a race, says Debo. So you saying she was not referring, tell me Mr. Mobetta, she was not referring to white people, she was referring to Republicans. Stevie D, thank you, with the galaxy, appreciate that. Continuing on with the program. I haven't had any MAGA. I always appreciate my MAGA coming on. I don't know why I haven't seen as many. I don't know what I'm declining there, but let me continue on with the program. Timoteo. Good.
My brother.
Hey, what's up? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Happy holidays to you, my brother. How you doing?
Indeed, happy post-Thanksgiving to you as well. Did you hear me read Trump's Thanksgiving Day message?
Oh, yeah.
What say you?
I mean, it sounds pretty legit. I mean, that last caller was an example of, if they just don't get it by now, they're never going to get it. You know what I mean? It's you got to look at things with a clear set of eyes and stop looking at the same media that's been lying to you. And it's on both sides, of course, but primarily since, the left is the losing factor here. You know, you got to look at the left media and ask yourself some questions. And if you're not able to do that, you're part of the problem. And that's just
so you do favor President Trump on Thanksgiving, saying Happy Thanksgiving everybody, and then just insulting the hell out of the left? You think that's a good idea?
Well, I think if you look at what took place, you know, the day before, you'll see the win that took place. And what I'm talking about there is the win that happened with Mexico. The president of Mexico, after speaking to Trump on the phone, one conversation after he announced the 25% tariff he was going to do, she conceded, called Trump, and basically was able to remove the tariff by accepting, you know, to stop the influx of immigrants coming into the United States through the southern border. And she also agreed to allow the military to put boots on the ground in Mexico to start taking out the cartels.
Did you read her follow? Wait, hold on. I don't have that in front of me because I didn't think you were going to say that. Did you read her follow up? Because Trump made it sound like he had things under wraps and he essentially dominated her in that phone call. The president of Mexico released a statement on social media right after Trump said that, and she disputed a lot of the things he claimed that happened on that call.
I wasn't going off of Trump's response to the whole situation. I was actually going off of, I'm in LA, so I hear a lot of Mexican news out here, and I speak Spanish, so I'm able to understand what they're saying on the Mexican channels. And a lot of times, if you want to hear the farthest left liberal, you know, commentary you can possibly hear, the best thing to do is listen to the Spanish channels. They're much more left, believe it or not, than even the American channels.
Why would that be, considering how many Hispanics in this country voted for Trump? Why would the Hispanics be more left? I would say the African Americans are probably more left than the Hispanics, at least in America, so I don't get that.
Well, I think that's, again, it's a good question, but I think it goes to show how out of touch the media is with the actual voter. Because I know that, you know, people expect people who are on the left, you know, especially Latino voters, to just blindly vote left. And that's why California is set up the way it is. But that's not the case. You actually have, like I said before, I go around all over Southern California. I do Amazon on the side, so I'm constantly all over all the neighborhoods and whatnot. And even in the barrios, I was seeing Trump signs everywhere and no Harris signs anywhere. So it was obvious to me from the very beginning that the Latino voters are tuned in to what's actually going on. And a lot of the people that you hear supporting the sanctuary city, you know, stance, they're out of touch. They don't understand the truth about the situation.
I hear your point on that, but this is what and Stevie D, appreciate that compliment there, Stevie D in the comments. I will say this though, when you say that people expect the Hispanics to just vote left, well, you got to listen to the rhetoric. I mean, if they're talking about even deporting people who are naturalized citizens, why would the Hispanic community vote for that?
Because that's not actually true. It's not possible, first of all. If you have a legal document that makes you a legal citizen, you're the same as me, no matter what. No matter what. And the problem, again, Tim, like I said before, too many people in America don't understand their rights.
Stevie, let me ask Stevie. Tim, it's more than that. It's not just a claim that he's going to deport naturalized citizens. And I agree with you that it's not legal. But you know me, I had the whole pushback on Trump for talking about giving police immunity from prosecution. That ain't legal either. So he is saying he's going to do a lot of things that are unconstitutional. That could cause people not to vote for him because he is saying he's going to do things that are outright illegal.
Well, it could, but it didn't, Tim. And that's the reality of where we're at right now.
Why do you think he's doing that, though? Why do you think he's saying he's going to do all of these unconstitutional things?
Because even the Latinos who are here as new citizens legally had to go through a process, and they get pissed off at the people who are jumping line too. And
wait! Deporting naturalized citizens, people who are already a citizen.
No.
What but that's coming out of his campaign.
Because that's not going to happen.
Then why are they saying it? Why are they saying it?
I mean, I'd have to see the quote that you're talking about to be able to amend it better.
Yeah.
But I can tell you right now that I know already that's not going to happen.
Well, I'll ask you in regards to the giving police immunity from prosecution. Have you seen that quote?
Yes.
Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that?
I know that if a police officer is interacting with you and he violates your rights, he has a public bond that you can go after as a lien, and you don't have to sue him or anything, and you can get payment for the fact that he violated your rights.
What about jail
So as long
time?
as you
What about
understand-
jail time? We don't want money. What about jail time?
You shouldn't even have to be in jail.
No,
If
no,
you
no.
know how to do
No,
this.
that ain't what I'm saying. I'm saying if a police violates your rights, why are they not being charged criminally? I mean, yeah, it's fine to get a big paycheck, but if somebody harmed you, why aren't they doing time in jail?
Well, that's again, that's a different prosecution. That's another step that
So,
you have to
so
take in that
that's what I'm
direction.
asking you. What did he mean when he said he's going to give police immunity from prosecution?
So there's going to be, I believe that what he meant was that there's going to be things that are going to happen in the largest deportation effort of American history that people are going to see police officers doing, I imagine, that they're not going to like.
Yep, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Especially wild leftists, okay?
Yeah.
That are going to, nothing is going to make them happy no matter what. So I think that they're preparing people to understand that that's probably going to happen.
Yeah, I agree with you, but here's how I would explain it. I do agree with you that in effort to deport so many people, you're going to see things the police are doing that you're not going to like. But I would replace the phrase "they're doing things you don't like" with "they're doing things that are unconstitutional," such as entering dwellings without a warrant, forcing people to talk, not allowing them to plead the fifth. So yeah, they're gonna do things you don't like because what they're doing is unconstitutional. I do agree that's likely what's gonna happen.
Unconstitutional until they committed a crime. What crime did they commit? If they're just a place where people are staying, you're harboring illegals knowingly.
Yeah, but you can't go in there. You can't go in there to find out without a warrant. That's the part where you say they're gonna do things you don't like. The fact is, if an employer says, "I'm not giving you access to my factory," and they just push them aside and walk in, that's the part where we just seen them do something we don't like. Now, they may find 100 illegals there. They may find 100 illegals there.
Here's the thing, though, Tim. When you're doing business in the United States, you're acting in commerce. And as an act of commerce, you're required to follow the laws of the United States.
Yeah.
So if you're a business acting in commerce, okay, you have to follow those laws. Therefore, you don't have the right to tell any police of law enforcement that they can't come in. It's just not legal.
So what you're saying, let me make sure I'm getting clarity. Hold on. No, wait a minute. I want to respond to that. So you're saying if the police want, they can go into Walmart and demand every employee there prove they're a citizen, and nobody there has a right to resist.
Absolutely.
I have not heard that.
If you're acting in your private capacity as a private citizen in your private home, it's different. That's where the Constitution comes into place. Okay, it's a big difference.
So they don't have a right to show cause or anything. They can just walk in and say, "Prove you're born here."
Yes.
Where'd you hear that from?
It's the law.
So what if you have So what if you have a nanny in your house or something? She's working for you.
Private. No, that's private. It's different.
What do you mean?
The nanny works for an agency probably, unless she's privately hired. If she's privately hired, nobody even knows that she's working for you, no matter what you did to her.
Okay, so she works for an agency. They send her to your house every day. Can they just come in your house and demand she prove she's here legally?
No, they can only go into the agency.
I've never heard this before. They don't have to have any cause or anything.
It's public versus private. When you're in a public place, you have to abide by public law. When you're in your private home, the Constitution protects you.
So if they can just walk into an agency and demand your employees prove they're there with no cause at all, what else can they do when they're there? Can they just walk through and search the business at random?
Yeah. OSHA could walk in a business store at any time and search the business for anything.
Without cause.
without cause, anytime. OSHA could walk in your business anytime.
I don't believe that's true. I know
It's
you.
100% true. Doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It's true. OSHA can walk into any business and check for regulations and make sure that they're upholding the regulations and the standards.
Yeah, but
They can do it
they're
anytime.
checking for safety. They're not checking people for citizenship.
ICE is the same, Tim. It's another public agency.
So anywhere you're out in public, then essentially ICE can just walk up to you and ask you to prove it.
Basically, unless you're walking, and if you're in private, it's different. If you're walking down the street as a private citizen and you haven't done anything wrong, they don't even have the right to tell you for your license. So you're protected by the Constitution. If a cop pulls you over and he can't articulate a crime that he suspects you of committing, he can't ask for your license.
So
And you can deny giving him your license if you want to.
So as a citizen, when you're at work, if you work in a public place, you no longer have Fourth Amendment rights while you're at work, which is the protection against unwarranted searches and seizures. They can just walk up to you and say, I need you to prove you were born in America. Without cause is what you're saying.
Absolutely true. 100%.
There's no way in hell that's true.
It's true.
Way.
Like it or
No.
not, it's true. It's true. Once you're employed by the company, you are a contracted employee of that company, and you have to go into employment law to understand what that means. But it's 100% true. They are required to abide by federal law because that's who they got their license by. The federal government's license, their business license, is what allows them to do business. So by taking on that license, they accepted the laws that they have to abide by under that license.
I get that. I'm 100% with you that there are legal requirements to own a business, such as you got to, you got, what is it, the E-Verify and things like. I get that you just can't hire anybody. But for the police to come in there and start making demands and proving you show shit, they have to have cause. They have to have some kind of evidence that you got people here illegally. They just can't come in and disrupt your whole damn business just to do a quick check and leave. They can't do that. I mean, you know how much money you could cost a business if you slow production down and check everybody?
For it to happen the way you're describing, can you imagine the money they would have to spend? That's why it doesn't happen. Okay, and no business is gonna get just randomly searched like that.
Bullshit. What we talking about now? It will.
Let me give you one way it could happen. Okay, let's say they use E-Verify, and let's say they've E-Verified somebody with the fake ID, right, or some fake number,
right?
And let's say that number came up as a second hit, and one person's working under that number.
You're describing cause. You're describing cause now.
Exactly.
But I asked you clearly, could they do it without cause? And you said yes.
They can, but they don't, because it would be far too expensive and require too many resources.
How about it would be unconstitutional? How about it would be unconstitutional?
It's not. Your Constitution protects you as a private citizen. That's it.
Yeah,
It does not protect you in the laws of commerce. That's just how it goes.
Yeah. There's no way in hell I believe you can just go and disrupt some employer's business and check out his employees. I mean, they may be doing things, they may be you could shut down their production line while you run a check on everybody for no reason at all other than maybe I thought I need to check these people. There's no way I believe that.
Yeah. When they took their license from the government to do business as a business in the United States, they've accepted the laws of that business. Now, the law enforcement of those laws has the right to enforce those laws. And because it's a public business, they have to abide by public law, period.
And without cause.
It can be without cause, but it doesn't happen because, like I said, normally it requires some sort of cause where the business is known for hiring illegals and having a lot of illegals. Now, mind you, to say Walmart is one of these businesses is ridiculous because Walmart has been E-Verifying for many years, okay? All the big businesses E-Verify and have been E-Verifying for many years, no matter what. If you're publicly traded right now, and especially since Trump's last tenure in office, if you're publicly traded, you're doing business with E-Verify no matter what. So the amount of businesses that aren't E-Verifying right now are very few. And most mom and pop shops don't E-Verify unless they got a right-wing owner because most people on the right believe in E-Verify, so they voluntarily begin to do the E-Verify process. But unless you're under 50 employees in the United States, then you're under the threshold for the requirement of E-Verify.
I gotta be honest with you. Timoteo. If you weren't the guy that said so many radical things to me, I might be willing to entertain this. But when because you're known for saying Hillary Clinton is dead and all of that stuff, so I don't know.
I have my opinions on certain things. However, if you and I had more in-depth conversations over time, you would see I'm actually a scholar of the law, and I am a scholar of the constitutional law. Okay.
You're telling me that if you and I have an in-depth conversation, I'm going to walk away believing that Nancy Pelosi was killed and Trump had Hillary Clinton executed? You really think I'm going to believe that?
That's my beliefs, which are my opinions. That's not facts.
All right.
Okay. When I'm talking facts about law, I'll cite the law for you if you'd like.
So your opinion, so in other words, your opinion that Joe Biden has perished and there's an actor every time we see him on TV, that's an actual actor. That's your opinion. That's not a fact is what you're saying.
That's my opinion.
Okay. All right. That's why I'm a little bit challenged on your credibility, because you do say wild stuff like that as well. Your opinion on some things are wild.
I get it, but a fact is a fact. And when I'm citing the law for you, I'm giving you the receipts that you
What
need to
what law are you citing that allows the police to just go into businesses like this and do checks on people without any cause?
Let me get you the law for employment. 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, make it quick because I got to move it on.
That one was Rodriguez versus Donovan. That one is, hang on, let me get you the site. I'll cite you the number right now. That one's Rodriguez versus Donovan. Okay, hold on.
Somebody in the comments, Rodriguez versus Donovan. I'd be curious. I'm obviously not in my home.
769. Write these numbers down and search it up. 769. F is in Frank. Period. 2. D is in dog. And then you go comma 1344, comma 1348, and it's from 1985. And it says all codes, rules, and regulations are for government authorities only, not human creators. In accordance with God's law, all codes, rules, and regulations are unconstitutional and are lacking due process. There's the law for you.
Is that a state law or a federal law?
The federal law.
All right.
Remember, the federal law, supreme law of the land, is the Constitution.
That is true. That is true.
That's for the private citizen. That's the supreme law of the land. So that's number one law.
All right.
So go ahead and look it up, search it up, and that's the law right there. They'll tell you there's no law in the code.
I see the comments. Pat G for Life says, "Yeah, I looked it up. This guy is radical." I got to move it on though, Tim. I want to look that up, but I got to move it on, man. Thank you. All right. Now that's interesting. That could get to be wild. Now my last caller started out by saying that when Trump said he's going to give police immunity from prosecution, it was to defend against things that the police might end up doing that's going to look wild to left-wingers. If what he is saying is true, then what he is saying is correct as well. It will look wild to people on the left if the police can just walk into businesses and just demand everybody at the business prove that they are a legal resident, have legal status in America or whatever. I mean, can you imagine a factory all of a sudden there's literally all of these ICE vehicles and things like that on the outside of it? And it's not really based on anything other than a lot of Hispanics work here. So they just come into business, they got the big jackets on, the blazers with ICE on the back, and they just are simply demanding everybody prove they have a legal right to be there. Almost like a shakedown, so to speak. Almost like a shakedown. Now, I'm assuming you'd have, if there are some illegals there, they're going to be running out the back and climbing on the roof and things like that. But I'm okay 100% with getting after people that are not here legally. I mean, certainly if they're a criminal, I'm okay with it. I'm not okay with violating people's Fourth Amendment rights, because if you go into a factory and do this, that means you're also doing it to Americans as well. I personally, I don't know about any of you folks, but I don't carry around proof that I was born in America or proof that I have American citizenship. I carry around my driver's license and a few credit cards. That don't tell you shit. When I lived in Australia, I had a driver's license and some credit cards. So I don't know how that should be okay. If you are a brown American that looks Hispanic, you could get stopped every other fucking week. How is that right? This is very similar to what, let's say, African Americans used to go through when they first moved to a white neighborhood or drove a fancy car. Like, dude, I've been stopped 6 times because of the car I drive or because I keep going to this neighborhood. How is that right? You seem like you should have to have cause, which is why I believe my last caller was incorrect. But I seen some folks in the comments said he was correct. Others said he was off his rocker. I don't know. I'd like to find out, but that is a disaster in the making, if I'm correct. I do believe that would cause problems if you're suddenly stopping Americans because, you see a lot of these African Americans that get shot by police, and well, if he had complied, he wouldn't be dead. Sometimes it's not that the person was a criminal; they just get tired of the cops fucking with them. This is the 3rd time you stop me. I'm not saying shit to you. I'm not getting out the car, and all of a sudden, boom, 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 the guy is dead. When you mess with innocent people, and I'm not talking about in every case that person is innocent or not, but I'm saying is when you wrongfully stop people, people get fed up and shit can happen. If you're wrongfully stopping people that are either American citizens or have residency, and you're constantly asking them to prove that they're a citizen of this country, I can see where some of them may get pissed off and some drama ensues. Just simply because I'm sick of getting stopped all the damn time. I can certainly see where that could end up happening. Because if you get stopped once, there's a high chance of you getting stopped again. Whatever made the first guy stop you is going to be noticeable to the second guy. You're still brown, he let you go, but you still look like you're from Mexico or you're from Guatemala somewhere. So the next guy's going to stop you. And some folks may get annoyed by that. And we know some cops do not like dealing with people who are annoyed. It could lead to them escalating and defending their ego. And that's how a lot of this shit happens. So I could see this taking a really bad turn if what my last caller was saying is true, where you can just walk in and start demanding innocent people prove that they're innocent. DJ Julio, appreciate the graphic. Thank you. Continuing on with the program. I'm from Guatemala. What's up? Says Guillermo. I can't pronounce the last name. Rabinale? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. Let me go back to the box. And Julio, showing your boy some love. Thank you. Continuing on, I saw Takesha was in there as well. Good evening or afternoon. My time schedule's all over the damn place. Maybe it's the turkey talking. Takesha, Bowie, good afternoon. Hey, what do you think?
How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. I ate good. I probably gained a pound or two, the same shit every year. You know how it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you eat good? You eat good?
Go ahead.
Did you cook?
I did, but I'm gonna be real good. I did. I always cook. I'm a master chef.
Oh, I need your address. Shit.
I don't make sandwiches. I make real food.
Gen X believe you should be in the kitchen making a sandwich with 2 M's.
That's my boyfriend.
Oh,
that's my boyfriend.
You down with the swirl? Okay, all right.
Yeah, we swirling.
Okay. And by the way, folks, tap the screen. Hold on, Takesha. Hold on. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes up to about 40,000. We can make that happen. I haven't been asking for the last 20 minutes or so, but tap the screen. Helps out the algorithm. Brings in more MAGA. Takesha, what brought you on?
I just kind of, see what we talking about. I'm going to be real good because every time I come on your show, I get a violation.
Oh, my God.
They report me every time.
Well,
so I'm trying to keep my account.
Well, let me read something.
What I wanted to say.
Go.
Let me say this, Tim. I was dumbfounded when the guy came up and tried to say what the Prime Minister of Mexico said. Because that woman didn't say nothing like that. She came back and disputed everything that Donald Trump
I
said
saw that. I saw
that
that.
they had discussed. So that was not true. And he always coming up with laws that nobody knows but him. Have you noticed that, Tim? Every time he come up, he got a law that nobody. You gotta keep you keep looking up laws that don't exist to nobody but him.
Well, he did.
Stop it.
He did give me 769F 2D, comma 13.
It's not gonna read it's not gonna read like what he said. Stop it. Now listen. I told you to stop staying on the other side so much because we've been calling Elon Musk Elania ever since the election. I can't believe that's your first time.
That was my first time hearing that.
We've been calling him that since the election. He's been Elania when Melania wasn't on the picture, and we started calling him Elania.
So what do you think? You think he has like a pseudo position running the country or something?
Oh, he definitely finna be the right hand to Donald Trump. Absolutely. I truly believe that JD Vance could just sit down because Elon Musk is the vice president. He just don't know it.
Well, to be honest with you,
I believe he's gonna have a big influence.
Well, to be honest with you, JD Vance is not. I mean, Elon Musk is, in my opinion, so far not as far to the right as JD Vance. He might be a better option for some liberals.
Chad, please. Stop it.
Why do you say that? What is Elon said that's really far to the right?
Elon Musk is just a fool by himself. It ain't even what he said, just how he look and the things he does. You know, sometimes, Tim, you can't go by folks' words, you have to go by their actions. Now cut it out. Now listen, what we talking about today?
Well, he ain't talking about childless cat ladies and shit. Well, we're talking about
Walmart.
We talking about Walmart, and they're going away from DEI. They're going away from they closed their racial equity center. They're just straying away from any notion that there is a disparity in how people are treated based on race. Everything's equal if you ask Walmart.
And guess what we're gonna do? Still shop at Walmart because I'm going tomorrow. Because Tim, at the end of the day, if we stop shopping where people think that we're not worthy to be anywhere, then we won't have nowhere to shop. I'd rather you to tell me to my face that you don't think I'm on a level I need to be on than to hide it behind my back.
So in other words, this
You'll
won't.
be surprised.
So in other words, this won't hurt Walmart at all with the minority communities.
We're gonna still shop there. How many years have people been against us? How many?
How many years have we been in existence?
Now let's be for real. First day is boycott Chick-fil-A. Guess what? The line still was round the road.
That is some good chicken.
These people ain't finna. Walmart is not finna lose a dime, Tim. Cause guess what? People still Black Friday shopping, buying them TVs today. They're not finna lose no money.
So the Walmart
we get in an uproar about stuff, but we get in an uproar about a lot of things. But Tim, if we be honest, if we stop shopping where everybody was, like I said, where everybody looked at us as the bottom of the barrel, we won't have anywhere to shop.
So in other words, what Walmart did was a good thing then. I mean, obviously they're going to save money by closing down a racial equity center. And now, I don't know why they would stop selling LGBTQ merchandise on their website. Because it's on a website. So I don't know. Why do you think they took that direction?
Now, I didn't understand that. I really didn't. Honestly, I don't understand them getting rid of any of it, period, point blank. Because things need to be fair all around. Because what they making it seem like is that they created it seriously to give Black folks a job that they didn't earn. That's how they trying to make it seem like, Tim. When that's really not what it was about. It was about you overlooking the most qualified Black person and then giving it to the other race who was less qualified. That's what it was. It was inequality, Tim.
But do you see that still happening in today's society? 70 years after the Civil Rights Act, do you think racism is still that prevalent?
Yes. The difference is when DEI existed, you could go and you could kind of go to your HR person and get that situation resolved. Now, if they get rid of the department, you got nobody to go to, and you just got to take whatever you got to take. You know, one place that's not getting rid of it?
Well,
Hospitals. Hospitals. Because my cousin just did a complaint a couple of months ago. They're not getting rid of theirs. Theirs is still in place. It's the schools. You know, I stay in Alabama. So
That's
when they
crazy.
voted on that,
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't feel confident it's gonna stay down there.
Yeah, the hospitals didn't elect to do it.
Mm.
They didn't. They said they were keeping the department, so they did.
But the largest private employer.
Everybody don't want to be like that. Everybody don't want to be like that, Tim. You got some people that really want it to be a diverse workplace, and the ones that don't, they'll go along with that. But everybody's not like that.
Now, Deanna in the comments, Deanna Alvarez says hiring should be based on the best qualified person, not your race or gender. That's what Walmart is looking at.
And that should be how it is, but that's not how it is. And we all know it's not.
So you still believe that right now as we stand, they are giving white people jobs that maybe a person of color would have been more qualified for?
Absolutely. Like, wait a minute. Look at Donald Trump administration. Look at all those good positions he's giving away. And when he got the black man, he put that nigga over the projects. He over hood.
I don't understand that. Why is that?
He over there going on food stamps. Come on now. You done hired for this position twice. Why I gotta be a black person each time?
Yeah,
Let's be for real, Tim.
Yeah, that I don't understand why he would. I mean, you know.
Yes, you do.
What are you? What are you telling me? What are you telling me?
Yes, you do. He feels like that's where we are. The low bottom of the barrel, so put us over where we are. That's all that is, Tim.
You making it sound like Trump is racist.
Let me say it again. I'm not even going to call him a racist. I'm going to say that he still looks at black people as beneath him. And I'm going to leave it at that right there.
All right. Well, he is a multi-billionaire, and I'm assuming throughout his life he ain't seen too many other black people that has reached this financial success.
It doesn't matter how much money y'all got to stop valuing people by the money they have and by the content of their character.
I mean, that's
because
not.
You have all the money in the world. See, that's the problem. I'm just like Mo Better. The love of money is the root of all evil. Don't love money, because people that love money will do anything to get it.
Yeah, but now I hear what you said about judging on the content of character versus money. But in America, I say this all the time. You could be estranged from your family, never spend any time with your kids, be a multiple felon, serve many years in prison, and could be dying of cancer. But if you got a good bank account, people will call you successful. That is literally all we judge people for in this country. Is when somebody says you are a success, it's money related.
Hey, Tim, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
And let's be honest. Out of the people that commit suicide, is it more stars or more poor people?
Well, the stars are the ones that get attention, I'm assuming.
If it's more famous people or more poor people?
I would think it's more poor.
No, sir. No, sir. A lot of famous people commit suicide. A lot of famous people get strung out on drugs because guess what? That money ain't bringing them no peace. You just got a bunch of money and you ain't got no peace. And to be honest, you ain't happy.
I don't know. I would love to be an unhappy rich person. I don't think I agree with you on that. I think
unhappy rich person. And listen, your friends be fake because they just there for the money. Fall off and see who stand with you.
I agree with that part, but I think that it seems like the affluent take their own lives more because they're the ones that get attention. If I took my life after talking to you folks, you would never hear about it. I mean, poor people don't get attention like that. So, but I believe it's probably far more poor people.
Tim, I doubt it. I promise you I doubt it.
I'll give you an example.
I doubt it.
I was in Vegas.
It's more famous people.
I disagree with that. I'll tell you this. I was in Vegas once, and I'm sitting at the blackjack table 2, 3 in the morning. After most of the folks that went to their rooms, Vegas quiets down 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It starts to quiet down. I'm talking to the dealer, and he was telling me why they don't, most of the hotels in Vegas don't have windows. And he talked about how people would just jump out and commit suicide after losing money. And he talked about how he used to be a dealer at a casino in the Midwest. And he was like, we used to find people in stalls and people in a parking garage all the time that have lost their mortgage or something like that and took their life. He's like, there's tons of people that gamble, have bad results, and off themselves. Now, they don't get any news attention, and the casinos don't want you to know that, listen, last week, 5 of our players killed themselves. They want you to talk about jackpots. So I think it's more poor people.
I'm going to still disagree with you, Tim.
All right, all right.
I really am. I'm going to have to disagree with you on that, Tim.
But like I said, the celebrities are going to get more attention. You're just not going to cover some poor person that took his own life.
Mop and Glow. I'm going to call you Mop and Glow because your head be shining like a wax flow. I said, I'm going to have to disagree with you.
All right.
You ain't going to change my mind.
All right. And I see in the comments, Necessary Trouble says, I live in Vegas. I know. Yeah, let me ask you before we do move it on. What do you think? Did you hear Trump's Thanksgiving Day message?
You know, let me say this. And I'm a cuss for a minute. I'm trying to stop cussing. That's the bullshit we didn't miss. All your ugly fake toupee wearing soil diaper ass had to do was get on there and give a positive Thanksgiving message and leave that shit right there. Why you got to go and be all empty after you give it? Stop that shit. You the president-elect of the United States. Bring some damn positivity and unity this time. I'm sick of it already.
No.
It's getting ridiculous, handsome.
Well, and I was saying that before he got elected, if it's one thing, because when somebody tried to take his life, right off the side of his shoulder, there's this chick wearing a shirt that says mean tweets. And I mentioned that too. I said that one thing he is making clear, that if he gets elected, whether you favor him for the economy or defending the border, if he gets elected, he is bringing back the name calling. It's pretty clear that he's going to do that. And now we get this message. Yeah.
He needs to grow up. That's just like a preacher giving a message about how Jesus would love and die for our sins, then stopping at the end of it and saying, but you know, when he got up, that road was dirty. He got up, but he had to have help getting out the grave. I mean, when he got up, he was dirty. That kills the whole message.
Yeah.
Try to be positive, Donald Trump. This time around, my God.
I don't think that's going to happen. Star Trek fan, thank you for acknowledging my guest there, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think I agree with you that unity, because in the comments, Duke 38 makes a good point. It says that's how he won the election. He has to keep us divided. And I do agree that unity is not going to come from Trump.
I agree with that too. But at some point, you old. You need to try to do better before you leave here. Enough is enough. If you want to be the president of these United States, you ought to want it unified. If you love it the way you say you love it, you ought to want some unity and peace. And that ain't what he's about. And that's why one of the reasons I didn't vote for him.
All right, Takesha. Thank you. Have a good,
out for the gifts.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. All right, moving on with the program. Yeah, I get the pushback, and I see that in the comments. Dave USA says liberals rather. Dave USA says liberals don't want peace or unity either. Could be true. There's a lot of liberals that did not want Trump to win and were calling him racist, calling him a Nazi, and calling him Hitler and shit like that. But I always say, unity starts at the top. It doesn't start from the bottom up. People used to always say, look, pay attention to Trump's policies, ignore the tweets and things like that. Let's come together for the fact that he's giving us a good economy. Well, unity don't start at the bottom. If the top is divided, it literally trickles down. It doesn't go up like that. And while I agree that there's a lot of divisive liberals and things like that, that doesn't mean the president has to follow suit. He doesn't have to join in with that. He's doing that. He's doing it deliberately. He's doing it intentionally. He can be above the fray. He doesn't have to jump into the mud with all the mudslingers. He's choosing to do it. Looking in the comments, I'm so happy that I have such a diverse friend group. Always have since playing college football. Stevie D, that helps. That helps. And obviously, my last caller was suggesting that Trump does not have a diverse cabinet. There are pictures of Obama's cabinet on the White House steps, pictures of Trump's cabinet on the White House steps, pictures of Biden's cabinet. You know, they bring out the interns and all of the administrative members, and they take this big, huge family picture. It's noticeable from Trump's campaign last time, like his administration last time, like it ain't a lot of diversity in his administration at all. It wasn't that way in his last presidency either. And it definitely looks like that's going to be the case this time. He did put in some women, though. He did put in some women, but people of color, man, it's few and far between. It's because all the blacks are Democrats. That's why his cabinet isn't black. It ain't Hispanic either, though. Duke. It's not not Duke, but who said that? Soul said that is because all the blacks are Democrat. He got a large amount of, in fact, he won the Hispanic male vote. It ain't many of them in his cabinet either. So, I mean, his cabinet is white. I mean, I'm just going to say that his cabinet is overwhelmingly white. You could look at the RNC and see the difference. Yeah, it's a big difference between the diversity at the RNC and the DNC. And that's, for people, I would say, the Democrats just, follow the gravy train, or they own a plantation, they all just vote this way, the minorities do. I don't know why the RNC don't do more, in my opinion, to reach out to minorities. I mean, just calling them out stupid or brainwashed by the media, I don't see how that's going to promote minorities to vote for you. I just don't. I mean, whatever the outreach is, they need to improve it. Looking in the comments, MAGA can't see the difference. I think there's some validity to that. Real quick in the comments, I don't know what I just hit here, but tap the screen, by the way. We should be about 40,000. I'll go back to the box. Byron Daniels is on Trump's team. That is true. I voted to get rid of this DEI. So why are we fighting for DEI? Hire on our side. I don't care if blacks, purple, green just fix the country. Before I go to the next caller, I want to talk about this DEI for a brief second. And I do appreciate some of you folks. Very lazy thumbs in there. I wanted to be around 50,000 by now in the likes category. Not a lot of you folks are tapping the screen. Maybe this is horrible content. I get it. But I am asking that you tap the screen. DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is the notion. If you listen to folks on the right, this is woke ideology that promotes or implores people that do not necessarily have the leading qualifications over people that might possess them. In other words, you got a white man that has done better, or a white woman, or someone else that has done better on the aptitude test or the entrance exam, but they give the job to a minority because they're going with this DEI, as folks might say, this DEI bullshit. Well, here's my take on this. DEI has always been around. It's not nothing new. The only reason DEI is getting such backlash and such criticism, Star Trek fan, appreciate the support, thank you. The only reason DEI is getting so much criticism is because it is now favoring people of color. But DEI is as old as America itself. What the hell am I talking about? For most of America's history, you knew damn well the next Supreme Court justice, the next chief of police, the next mayor, the next fire department marshal is going to be a white man. You knew that. Doesn't matter how smart or intelligent this Hispanic woman is, she's not going to get the job. That was the way America operated from the day it was founded. They didn't call it DEI, but that's exactly what it is. If you're going to suggest that minorities are getting jobs simply because they're a minority, it is not because they have the qualifications. That's what we've been doing from day one. It only became something to pitch a bitch about when it started favoring minorities. But you knew the next guy that wins an Oscar or the next guy that gets this role or the next guy that, you knew all of them people were going to be white males. You knew there was not going to be a black general serving over the army. You knew that wasn't going to happen for most of America's history. Doesn't matter how much service he's put in. Doesn't matter how he's put his life on the line or whatever the hell he did in the military. You knew he will never be a general because he's black. So this whole outcry over DEI is baffling to me because it's always been around. They just didn't call it DEI. And I will submit this to you. The overwhelming majority of the people complaining about DEI are the people who used to benefit. It's not working in their favor anymore, so they pissed off. But I don't, when I was a kid, I kind of knew the next this or that was going to be a white male. And nobody was complaining about it. We just knew. You're not going to, a black person's not going to be able to do that. A Hispanic's not going to get that job. You just knew it was going to be a white person. That's DEI. It didn't matter what scores you got on the test or whatever. You weren't going to get that job. You weren't going to be promoted to that level. It was off limits to you. How is that not DEI? It's the same shit. And nobody was complaining about it. So I just want to say DEI has always been around. We've had black generals since 1989. 1989. Really? Pep says we've had black generals since 1989. What are you talking about? Did you not hear what I stated? For most of America's history, DEI, not most, all of America's history. So from 1776 to 1989, that's like 200 and something years that it was all. I can't even believe you would throw that out there, Pep. Wow. Looking in the comments, Obama's presidency made these folks lose their minds, says Chuck. Yeah, if you look at the list of presidents on any wall, you go to school or whatever, you go to some type of federal building, you see all the presidents lined up on the wall, all 46 of them. You're going to tell me it's not obvious some DEI was at play? That you couldn't, out of everybody in the country, only white males were getting this job. That's DEI. That's exactly that. No woman could get the job, no Native American, nobody. The whole wall is full of white people until this Obama dude comes up in 2008. That's DEI. So we just didn't call it that. And you didn't hear a lot of people complaining. Well, why is it nobody else can get this job? It was totally fine. But now all of a sudden they're hiring these people of color and this is some bullshit. I want to look in the comments here. Will G says they use DEI and woke as dog whistles. I have heard that before. Let me go back to the box. Hell yeah, the whites in America went berserk with Obama. Yikes. Continuing on with the program. I don't know what I just hit there, but Mike has been holding on to one of my subscribers. We always get him first digs. Am I getting it wrong? Mike, am I getting it wrong? Has DEI, maybe by a different label, not been part of America from day one?
It is. Hey, first of all, man, happy after Thanksgiving.
Thank you. Same.
It's always been like that. That's what's so funny about all this. That's what's so funny about people come up and act like it's a thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like all of a sudden DEI, and if you break the words down and ask people, so if DEI is bad, so you have a problem with diversity as an individual thing, equity as an individual thing, inclusion, and you ask them that way because. This is what happens, Tim, in this country. We allow everything to be perverted for a whole nother reason. Like the right took the word woke and made it something bad. They don't understand the origin of woke. So this whole wokeism, now it's a bad thing. It wasn't a bad thing. It came from black folks back in the 40s, 30s, 40s, and 50s saying, be aware of what's going on around you. Be woke to what's happening in our communities and what white tea was trying to do back then during the civil rights movement. It had nothing to do with, now they're taking woke as a bad thing. They demonize anything that we want to perpetuate for equality and equity. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Right? So now they want to get rid of it. You know, Walmart, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Listen, you said it before. First of all, Tim doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. First of all, let's go back to that real quick.
I thought that sounded wild. He's saying that you could just walk into a business and demand they prove that they're citizens.
They have to have a judicial warrant when they come in.
Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. They have to have a warrant. I'm a business owner in California. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Matter of fact, they can't come in. Law enforcement can't walk in here without warrants for anything like that. They can't walk in and say, I want to see your employees. It's so stupid. I don't know what he thinks he's talking about, but they can't do it. He's in California, right?
I don't know where he's located, but that took me.
He's in California. He's in California. I remember him saying it because just like Nancy, here's the thing. Once you come up with things like Nancy Pelosi is unalive and what we're looking at is an avatar, whatever the hell he's talking about, your credibility's shot to shit. You can't even, right? So how do you have another conversation about he's saying, well, yo, that's just my opinion that she's not alive, but it's factual that they can just walk in my front door right now and just grab. They can't do it without a warrant.
Yeah, but I did agree with him when he said that Trump is promising to give cops immunity from prosecution because the police during their deportation are going to do things, as he said, that liberals are not going to like. And I corrected him. I said, no, they're going to be doing things that are unconstitutional, which, based on what he is stating, that is unconstitutional. Just going in businesses and demanding people prove they have a right to be in the country.
Right. But go back a step. He said they would do things that liberals don't like. Now, if you're a United States citizen or an American, I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican, wouldn't you not like it, period? Why does that have to be, well, liberals won't like it, but Republicans like it? So you're saying that as Republicans or conservatives that you agree with oppression and violating people's rights.
Well, I do. I will push back and defend the Republicans by saying everybody is for violating the Constitution if you do it to their benefit. Because some would say that, affirmative action is a violation. Why are you discriminating against me because I'm white and giving this job to some black person? I mean, some would say that that's unconstitutional.
But that's not. But again, because they skipped think about this. They skipped the premise of why there was affirmative action to begin with. If you skip the premise of why these laws, again, they're all amendments. They're all amendments or laws that had to be put in place to provide somebody an equal opportunity. They make it seem like it was equal, and now they somehow put these laws in place to tip the scale towards another person even more. It's all bullshit. Because that's not why was affirmative action in place? Because the opportunities, like you said, weren't equal. We never looked for a black president because we never thought, based on the way this country has been built, it's not been equal. So where that opportunity has been there since the inception of this country, it's not. So the premise of saying affirmative action, DEI is taking something away from white folks is ridiculous.
Well, I tell you why they don't see it as ridiculous, because if I'm a white man in 2024 and you subjected me to be victimized by affirmative action for something that happened before I was born, of course I'm not going to be for it. Yeah, they mistreated blacks, but that happened with our ancestors. I'm here now. Why do I have to pay for something that happened 2-3 generations before me? And I see in the comments real quick before we continue on, Mount Lover Mama says if they can't do this stuff, then why is it a problem? Well, it's just like when Beto O'Rourke said, you're damn right, we're going to take away your AR-15s. He can't do that as a governor, but it was a problem because it's in his heart that he wants to. So that's why it's a problem. Even if Trump can't do some of these things, the fact that he's saying he wants to, just like if a liberal mayor or someone was talking about taking away your gun rights, you'd have a problem with it too. So that is my point on that. But go ahead, Mike.
Well, here's the thing. And also, to further what you said, not only is it in here, but people are hearing him say that, and they agree with it. So now I'm not just dealing with what he wants to do. I'm dealing with people that are okay and accept what he wants to do and the way he wants to go about doing it. That's the part that they're missing. Deportation cannot happen without infringing on people's rights. And for somebody to say they're okay, I'm okay with it. So if I change that and say well, we're going to infringe on your rights, like the 2A issue. No, not mine. Just everyone else's rights you can infringe on, just not mine. That's what they're saying when they say this shit. And then you want people to just accept it because, like Tim said, it's not really going to do that. Well, where's the standard? You want to change the narrative to fit your position on it because you don't believe that it impacts you. And the funny thing is, it will impact you.
So how about, but in regards to Walmart moving away from, essentially moving away from affirmative action, Pep in the comments is saying that, listen, by them doing that, no one is actually being punished. It's just being reinstated fairly. So if they get rid of DEI and all of this racial equity stuff, she's saying that it's not like anybody's being punished. They're just making the system fair for all now. How do you respond to that?
That's bullshit. Because, listen, what rules do you have to have in place? So she's saying, well, we're getting rid of it because now it'll be fair. That's a bunch of garbage. If it was fair, you wouldn't have needed it to begin with. You wouldn't need to call it anything to begin with. Because here's the thing. They would have been doing that anyway. They would have had that as part of their DNA as a corporation anyway. Listen here, Tim. I've sat in boardrooms. I've sat and watched people go through resumes and sift the resumes through based on name. I've watched it. I've taken that whole stack of rejects, and it was because they were minorities. They were people of color. I've watched it. So people can't tell me shit about that. I've seen this shit for 20, 30 years. So you can't say that it's been equal and that it's not necessary. You got to ask yourself, if you go to the pool and they have a sign that says no running around the pool, why the fuck is the sign up, Tim? Because people run around the damn pool. And so you put things up for a reason.
So why is it that maybe you or even I see things? Like in the comments, Stevie D says, I really don't think people are as racist as these guests are saying, but maybe that's just me. Why is it that some folks in this country will suggest that racism ended hundreds of years ago, and other people say it's happening and it's plain as day?
Because they just don't want to deal with it. And it's human nature, and it's not just about racism. It's not people. See, because if you admit it, once you admit it, you got to do something about it. It's like anything else in your life. If you're overweight and you admit I need to do something, right? You got to do something. I'm going to use that analogy. We're talking about deportation because of all of the crime that comes across the border, right?
Right.
But we're not addressing things that are happening every day by U.S. citizens every day. We're not addressing that at all.
I disagree with that. In fact, the Trump administration is saying that he's going to fix that too. He's saying that the liberals are letting criminals out, giving them, slaps on the wrist. He is talking about addressing Americans that are committing crimes.
And again, this is the code word. What criminals, in air quotes, what criminals is he talking about?
I'm not going to say that.
You're not going to say it. I'm going to say it because it needs to be said. What criminals are we talking about, Tim? And here's why I say that. They're talking out both sides of their ass because he's a criminal. A lot of people that are on his cabinet have been either convicted. They've either been convicted or alleged to commit certain crimes, but we're not talking about that. He's not talking about all criminals. He's not talking about all people, black, white, and indifferent. He is not. That is not what he's talking about. He is talking about continuing to criminalize black and brown folks. Even when you talk about immigration, they're not talking about people that are here on expired visas. They're not talking about that. When he's talking about all these other countries let all their criminals out and pouring into our country, right? We got all this crime coming across the southern border, but we don't talk about the thing. We're not talking about the church. We're not talking about all the sexual abuse that's come out of the church. We ain't talking about all that, are we?
Yeah. So you just see him as somebody who has it in for black and brown people.
Again, I'm not making it up. I'm just watching what they're doing. I'm just watching how they're presenting the information to people. They've got them convinced that, well, we're going to take things back to where it was equal or where it was fair, as if DEI or affirmative action took something from them.
But you do realize a whole lot of black and brown people voted for Trump.
Listen, stupid runs the gamut. Just call it what it is.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that if you're black or brown and you voted for Trump, you're stupid?
You're not educated in what we're talking about.
Maybe you just want a good economy.
You're just making excuses, and I just find it funny that we vilify. You said it earlier, they're going after the team. They're going after
Yeah.
the team, right? But here's the thing: what percentage of our nation is that? What, less than 1%?
Way less than 1%.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my weight loss analogy. If you're fat and you drink sodas all the time, but you only eat birthday cake twice a year, you're going to cut out birthday cake out of your diet, but you drink soda every fucking day? You probably want to cut out the soda, Tim, because you're so worried about a couple of people. Well, hey,
you're making me feel bad.
I'm just saying, it is what it is. And we got to stop allowing, we got to just call it what it is. They want to vilify that, and then they want to do it under the guise of, and they put a lot of it under God and Christianity. And when you put those two together, that's the most dangerous thing, to get somebody to agree with you under the cause of their religion.
So I'm curious then, what do you think America will be like under Trump? I mean, you're painting a very dark picture. What about the notion that he's going to just give us a good economy, he's going to make America become a respected country, and he's going to secure the border?
Okay, what does his agenda say? When you said I'm painting a bad picture, I've told you this before, I'll say it again. I'm only speaking from what they presented to us and their agenda and Project 2025. Nobody in the comments better not say that Project 2025 doesn't exist, because if you do, you further tell me what I said earlier. People that are voting are uneducated, because it's clear. You got people.
Well, Project 2025 exists, but Trump is saying he has nothing to do with it.
I know what he told them the first time, but he also, before he said he didn't know anything about it, I've never read it, I've never seen it. All that was bullshit. I never read it, I've never seen it. I don't know anything about it. I mean, he said all these what he doesn't, but then Tim, we wouldn't accept this in our personal lives from anyone. You understand what I'm telling you? People are ignoring things that they wouldn't ignore at their jobs. They hold this standard, but they agree with what he wants to do. They know it's going to violate people's rights. They know all this stuff, and they want to ignore it for that one thing. Like Tim is saying, oh, they don't have a clue.
So you believe most Trump supporters actually favor Project 2025?
Yeah, because they're doing it. He's talking about it. It's not like DJ Julio. Let me tell you, when you bring up the word senseless in me, you're actually talking about yourself, because you get up here all the time, don't have a fucking clue what you're talking about, DJ.
And we got to go there. We're gonna be going in soon. Let me respond to a quick super chat before we move on. Mike, hang on. Will G says they cry about DEI when it works for people of color, but also cry DEI when they want to diversify the United States basketball team, the USA basketball. So you're saying they cry about DEI when it's working for people of color, but then they also cry about DEI when they want to diversify the USA basketball team. So in other words, it's okay to promote diversity when it benefits people that are not people of color, like in terms of making us more victorious on the world stage. We need to get some black people on this team is what he's saying.
I don't even know what, I really don't know what that is. Listen.
Go ahead.
Well, explain that. I mean, I don't understand what his point
Well, let me tell you what his point is. In other words, let's say we're going to be hosting the Olympics, and we want to bring home some gold medals, and you got a basketball team that's full of white guys. Somebody might suggest, this team would probably be a hell of a lot better if we got a few brothers on it. And he's saying in that case, now you might deliberately put black people in that job, and give them more of a chance over somebody white, because you're like, hey, we need this team to win.
Shouldn't you have the most qualified players on the team to begin with from the beginning? That's what I'm saying, Tim. That's what I'm saying. That's not, to try to use DEI in that scenario is ridiculous, because if we were just being honest, if we were being truthful and equitable from the beginning, it wouldn't be an issue. When they call Kamala Harris a DEI hire, and when they demonize DEI, you're saying she wasn't qualified, but she got the job anyway, and that's not the premise of DEI. It's saying if someone is equally qualified, that they should get an opportunity.
But they don't believe Kamala Harris was qualified. And in regards to the USA basketball team analogy I used, Kelly in the comments said that is a black job. So all of a sudden they put him on the basketball team because that is a black job.
Well, check this out. But when the NBA first started, it wasn't. And what happened is they started giving athletes opportunities, and then lo and behold, they're actually pretty good at it. In the NFL, there weren't black quarterbacks because they said we weren't smart enough. And then when they started giving blacks an opportunity. Now, oh, they are smart enough. So as soon as we are given an opportunity and we take advantage of it and we're successful, now somehow it's unfair.
Yeah.
If we get the same starting point in a race and we win, it's only because they gave us at the same opportunity, but they're calling that unfair, right? I'm going to give this guy an opportunity to do that thing, and now he's good at it. And so, well, the only reason they hired him because he's a DEI. The fuck does that mean? It's so ridiculous, and they've allowed it to permeate into society like DEI is a bad thing. Diversity isn't a bad thing. Equity isn't a bad thing. Inclusion isn't a bad thing. But when you let them demonize it and everybody keeps repeating it, now all of a sudden it's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Women can do jobs that men can do.
Well, Aaron on YouTube, Aaron Savadra or whatever it says black people already have the same opportunities. So he's basically saying if you're black, you already have all of the same employment opportunities as somebody's white anyway.
How? See, this is where listen. Now that statement is that's at a macro level. You're saying, well, you're black, so you get the opportunity to apply for a job as well, right? Just like anybody else, right?
Right.
But if the person looking at my resume knew that I wasn't white when they could look at my resume, they may not want me in that job. It's happening today. Why do you think all of these laws and regulations are in place? Why do we have discrimination laws in place, Tim?
I get the reason they're there, but he's saying that stuff is outdated and that people aren't still doing that anymore, that we've moved on past that era in history.
And he's incorrect. And here's the thing. If it was okay, then why are they trying to roll back everything? When you look at Agenda 47 and Project 2025, it's all about getting back before civil rights, getting back before women had rights to vote. They're trying to remove all of these things that black and brown and minorities have today. Why are they trying to remove it?
I don't know. Maybe they're doing it because that's what the country wants. Because you're talking about they're trying to remove women's rights. More women voted for Trump than they did Kamala Harris. So apparently, maybe the women want that. I gotta move it on, but I mean,
maybe they didn't put the time in and prioritize what they were actually voting for.
Well, it ain't like Trump was very clear in what he intends to do. I mean,
100%. He was very clear, and that's what I'm saying. It was clear to me. It was clear to you. Maybe it wasn't clear to them. But when you can prioritize people's human rights versus eggs or butter or interest rates, and you can sacrifice somebody, that means that because you don't believe it will impact you.
Well, as one of my viewers always say to some of the women about making them a sandwich, go in there and make me an egg sandwich and enjoy the fact that the price of eggs are now cheaper. But go in there and make me a sandwich. I got to move it on, Mike. Thank you.
All right, bro.
Anytime. So moving on with the program, and some of you folks are tapping the screen. We still ain't at 50,000, because some of you folks stopped tapping the screen, getting the likes up, but maybe 60,000 is possible if some of you would continue tapping the screen. Smash that like button on YouTube. Get us up to 100, HUNNIT, 100. Smash that like button on YouTube. Same thing on YouTube, horizontal. We're on horizontal and vertical. Clarence Thomas literally licked mayonnaise to get where he got. Damn. Clarence, you know something is odd because Clarence Thomas is an African American, and he's probably further to the right than anybody else in the Supreme Court. He is very far right. I think Clarence Thomas, I'm just saying this as a joke, because, taking out of context. Clarence Thomas would vote to enslave himself. I mean, Clarence Thomas is very, very far to the right. I mean, but at the end of the day, they make it legal so they can accept gifts and shit like that. He's bought and paid for. I remember Vivek Ramaswamy on the debate stage when he was up there with Chris Christie and Ron DeSantis and the rest of them, and he was like, I'm the only one up here that's not bought and paid for. Clarence Thomas is bought and paid for. I really believe that. Clarence Thomas is up there grifting his ass off, getting paid, getting treated like a king, and it is what it is. I mean, he gonna ride off in the sunset, a very wealthy man. He'll be highly respected in Republican circles, and that'll be the end of it. I mean, he's 75 years old now. So he's probably eager for Trump to give him that phone call asking him, are you ready to step down now? You can be a martyr in the Republican Party. I'll drag you on stage at a rally or two and celebrate you doing the right thing and allowing me to put in somebody that's about 25, 30 years younger than you. And I got a few of my friends of the program, perhaps Mr. Musk, that will ensure that you're sent off right. So Elon, not Elon, but Clarence Thomas ain't nothing but greener pastures ahead for Clarence Thomas. I mean, he gonna ride off into the sunset, a very wealthy man. Looking in the comments, you have a Israeli, so you should stop telling people about the heart. What are you talking about there, Alan? You have an Israeli, so should you stop telling people about the Holocaust? I don't know what you mean by that. 52 days and we are turning the page. Hello, Donald Trump. 52 days and we are turning the page. That is absolutely true, Crypto Max. And consider your name is Crypto Max. You should really be celebrating, assuming you have Bitcoin, because that has done exceptionally well since Trump has won the election. And I've said before, I'll go back to the box. Hopefully we get to 60,000 so I can take another caller. But Trump does have the keys in place to be a really good commander-in-chief. If he doesn't do some of the very controversial things that people that are, concerned about, he could be, if he gets the economy back on track, I think, despite what the liberals are saying about the border, the liberals are okay with securing the border. Just don't do draconian shit. We don't need concentration camps and all of that. He could get the adoration from the right and little to no criticism from the left by securing the border if he does what he promised, which is go after the rapists and murderers. There's enough immigrants that are in this country on an undocumented status that got felonies on their rap sheet. I've said this before on previous lives. Just parade those people around. The Democrats are not going to bitch about you getting rid of a rapist, murderer, child predator, or somebody like that. It's the grandma that's been here for 30 years and she sits around and raises her daughter's kids while the mom is at school, and you getting rid of grandma. There's a lot of people you can get rid of before you need to go to grandma. So if he just simply gets rid of folks would, I don't care if it's a DUI, anybody from DUI on up, you put them on Fox News, just like they did Lincoln Riley. That story's been played a million times. Every time you get rid of an immigrant that has a violent felony, put it on Fox News, one per segment. You could run one per. How many segments Fox News has per day, starting with Fox and Friends, ending with Sean Hannity? There's probably maybe 10 of those or so. 10, each one, that's only 10 people. But if you're doing that every day, it looks like they're getting rid of a whole lot of violent people. Each segment, Neil Cavuto, it features one person you got rid of. This individual back in 2017 was caught breaking in 6 cars. Nobody gives a damn about kicking them out. So every day you're putting on maybe 10, 15 immigrants that got kicked out and they got felonies on their rap sheet. It would look like he's kicking out tons of people, but if you're only putting 15, 20 of them on TV per day, that's only a few hundred per month. That would definitely satisfy the right. Keep in mind, they only showed you Lincoln Riley, and that was enough to convince the right that they were killing people everywhere. So if you're putting on one per segment, you're talking maybe 500, 600 immigrants per month. You do that for 4 or 5 months, you've already got his supporters thinking he's way better than any liberal, and you're not getting a lot of complaints from the liberals. You've already satisfied the largest deportation in history promise just by doing that, even though you may not really be putting a lot of people out. 600 people a month is not a lot. And you could do that just simply putting one on per segment throughout Fox. Put one on and outnumbered, one on during the fight. They telling you about one that got kicked out. Every segment on Fox features one immigrant getting kicked out of the country for a month or two. So I really believe he could be a great president if he doesn't do some of the other shit like, stop and frisk and all this other stuff I talk about. But he could be great. He could be great if he does that. I don't know if he will, because I see the comments. Ezzy is saying I'm telling fairy tales. Yeah, I could be. But I'm saying he does have the pieces in place to do so. We must make Trump keep his promise. 11 million need to be gone. There's no way to know, Siren the doll. You're saying you want Trump to keep his promise to deport 11 million. How would you know? All the numbers of who's been deported is going to come from his administration. Remember, he has the administration that told you they've had the largest deport. What do you say? We had the largest inauguration crowd since Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, or he said he even had a larger crowd. His administration is who is going to tell you how many people have been deported. If he deports 1 million people and he puts them all on TV and he says that crowd is actually 10 million strong, how are you going to know? So he can easily keep his promise to you, because if you support Trump, you're probably not going to ask a lot of questions any damn way. Looking in the comments, that's right. The Democrats need to call him out. Democrats already are calling him out, but I don't think the Democrats are going to be bitching about him putting out violent felons. You can't, even as a Democrat, I don't care how much you hate Trump, if they got a rapist or murderer on television and you're defending why that person should have had to stay, then yeah, you deserve to lose every election for the rest of your damn life if you're actually promoting keeping an immigrant that's here illegally that has been violating people in that way. I don't think 99% of Democrats are not going to do something that dumb. Real quick in the comments, and I'm trying to get up to 60. Can we get up to 60,000? Let's do that. Go back to the box shortly. Trump, the guy who has went on award shows with some of the most beautiful black women alive and had the intention of marrying one, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't, I scare me. I think I know what you're trying to say. Trump used to hang around black people, therefore he can't be racist or whatever. That doesn't excuse that. I mean, I always bring up during the era of slavery, there were black kids breastfeeding white children. That doesn't mean the family wasn't racist. They still thought the woman doing it was beneath them. There's plenty of slave owners that impregnated their slaves. That don't mean they thought they were equal. Just because you got a little bit of a relationship, there's dudes who marry chicks who believe women are beneath men. None of what you said actually clears anybody. You said Trump, the guy who has went on award shows with some of the most beautiful black women alive. I mean, didn't P. Diddy? Hasn't he been on award shows with beautiful women? That doesn't mean shit. I'm not saying Trump is or isn't, but I'm telling you what you're saying doesn't, you can't use that as self-defense. A lot of really bad people who have been awful towards women have won on award shows with beautiful women. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. He said beautiful black woman, and he had the intention of marrying one. A lot of dudes who have been abusive of women or married a chick. What does that got to do? What does that mean? Obama deported. Somebody said Obama should be deported. Okay, we had 60. Let me go back to the box. What jobs can white people do that black people cannot? Asked Aaron Saavedra. What jobs can white people do? What jobs that white people do that blacks cannot? That's a good question. I think some of the intelligence jobs might be challenging for a black person to do. Let's say, for instance, you want to be a spy in the CIA or something like that. There's a host of countries that you being a black person, you would stick out like a sore thumb. You can't. I'm just talking. I get it. I understand your point. But there are some gigs where you will stand out and you will never. I mean, let's say, for instance, you want to infiltrate the KKK for the FBI. You can't do that as a black man. DJ Julio. Now black folks are there too. In Russia, not many. Russia is not very diverse. If you're trying to be a black person in Russia and you want to be a spy or something, that ain't the place to do that shit. You're gonna be hanging out with the remnants of Brittany Griner and some of the folks that have been captured in the past. That ain't good. No, I don't think that would work very well. Julio, good evening or good afternoon.
What's happening?
Hey, I see Black Klansman. Yeah, I saw the movie. Hang on a second, Julio. Yeah, the movie, but he did that over the phone. He didn't go actually meet with the people. He did that over the phone. Talking about Trump's Thanksgiving Day message. Are you aware of this, Julio?
No. Nope, I didn't. I didn't turn on the TV very much yesterday.
Okay, let me read this to you. I want you to hear this, and I want to get your opinion. And I see in the comments, Will G says, "Rest in peace, the economy as of 2025." So he's already saying that Trump's going to destroy the economy. I'm assuming by those tariffs is what he's thinking. Okay, here is Trump's social media post on Thanksgiving yesterday. He says, "Happy Thanksgiving to all, including the radical left lunatics who have worked so hard to destroy our country, but who have miserably failed and will always fail because their ideas and policies are so hopelessly bad that the great people of our nation just gave a landslide victory to those who want to make America great again. Don't worry, our country will soon be respected, productive, fair, and strong, and you will be more than ever before proud to be an American." That's his Thanksgiving Day greeting. What say you?
I think he spoke his mind, and it came across well to me right now.
Lunatics, calling citizens lunatics.
See, listen. He's not talking. You got to understand. When he's talking to the Democrat Party, he's talking to the ones in office. And if you don't understand that, I mean, that just doesn't sit right.
Yeah, but
He's talking
this is hold on.
to the government.
This is your happy Thanksgiving Day message. Is it appropriate to use that time to attack, as you say, the people in a Democratic Party?
Listen, the beautiful thing about the First Amendment is he can say it any way he wants to. Whether you think it's appropriate or not doesn't really matter.
That does.
I
You
mean,
can have an opinion.
Yeah, but your opinion is okay. It's warranted.
What is your
What I'm
opinion?
saying is my opinion is yeah, the Democrats in office right now are kind of a little radical and a little lunatic.
So what's the next?
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about my family who are not my mother and father and all of them, my brothers. They're all left leaning.
So
I'm not calling them lunatics. He's calling the people in office lunatics because they've been kind of lunatic with what they've done with our
I get what he's doing, but what's next? Merry Christmas, black people suck. Like, why would you use a holiday greeting to do this?
Well, he doesn't think black people suck, so why would he say that?
I didn't think he thought people were lunatics either.
Well, I think he said that the Democrats in office are lunatics since he started running this game.
Okay, so if you think
am I
people
wrong? I mean, he said that he's called the left lunatics since 16.
Yeah, so he's talked about, unifying this country. So you see this as a measure of unity?
I don't think it's a measure of unity. I think it's a measure of explanation. He's explaining how he feels about the leftist, the Democrats in office.
How do you know it's in office? Because he said the radical left lunatics who have worked so hard to destroy our country, but who have failed. How do you know he's only talking about people in office? How do you know that?
Because the only people he's not talked about that are in office are immigrants or illegal immigrants. Everything that he's always talked about Schumer, he's talked about Pelosi, he's talking about the Democrats in office. It's an office game. We don't talk about I don't talk about Biden having anything to do with the way that you run your life. I don't talk about his policies. I might blame you for backing them, because
if he's talking about, for instance, giving police immunity, which I often bring up, that's talking about regular citizens. I mean, he's talking about more than just people in office. He says things about regular people all the time.
Yeah, that's an interpretation you might take. I'm gonna respond to Alan. Alan comes up and talks to you every now and again. He says, "Do you think all your family is legal, Julio?" Well, every one of my family has been born in America. If you're talking about going back to the Caucasian part of my family, yeah, they came over and took land from my native heritage. Okay. And my Mexican family crossed the border. I mean, at some point. I don't know. I can't tell you, but I just know I was born in America and everybody in my family was too.
So what you're basically saying, though, is that with this type of what I'm going to refer to as inflammatory language coming from the president, it certainly is not meant to be a compliment. If folks on the left feel like Trump is also bad while president, you're saying that this is okay to send this out as a holiday message?
Well, he's president-elect. He is a free citizen. He has a First Amendment right. And if he thinks they're lunatics, then prove him wrong.
And so, as I repeat, so you're saying that if the people on the left believe that he's a lunatic or a racist or a Nazi, it's okay for them to send out Merry Christmas. You know, hopefully you do better. You know, you all have received better gifts than this Nazi intent. You're okay with them saying that because, as you say, they're a free person. They have a First Amendment rights. You're saying this type of rhetoric back and forth is okay.
What I'm going to say to that, I'm not saying it's okay. I don't think kindergarten games are for anybody. To be honest with you, the name calling. I've told you about the name calling. It's an opinion. It's a statement.
Is it inappropriate? But you do think what Trump did was inappropriate.
But here's what I want to say about it: is there has been more derogatory things said about the right than the left.
How do you know?
We call out.
How do you know?
Facts. We call out facts. The left call us Hitler. That's how I know.
So you do believe the whole Dominion voting machine, all of that stuff is facts?
Are we back to?
I mean, well, you're saying that the Democrats are the ones that do all the insulting, and the right just simply calls out facts. Are you saying the right doesn't tell any lies?
I wasn't talking about. We weren't talking about truths and false. We were talking about name calling.
You use the term facts. You use the word.
Whether it was appropriate for Trump to talk the way he talked on his Thanksgiving address.
What did you mean when you said we call out facts? I mean, you're making it sound like the Democrats tell lies and the Republicans tell the truth.
Well, because it is a fact that it's absolutely disgusting that you would allow a minor to change their orientation of life, their gender orientation, without a parent's consent. That's absolutely disgusting. And just go down those lines of when they're willing to terminate a pregnancy. It's absolutely disgusting.
You know what's crazy though? Hold on. You know what's really wild is you're pointing out how disgusting it is, and I agree with you to let a child on their own decision make. You know, I do agree it's disgusting to let a child change their own gender. But here's what's weird is that you're saying it's wrong to let a child do this, but you do realize many folks on the right have been fighting for laws that allow them to marry children, keeping the marriage rate well below what we consider a minority. I mean, so what's I don't.
Do you mean a minor, not a minority?
Yeah, a minor. You're right. You corrected me. Yes, allowing folks to marry people that are well below 18. The right has been fighting for that shit.
See, and nobody I know on the right has been fighting for that. And I guess I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, because the right is not going to highlight it. Of course, they're not going to tell you about it. They're not highlighting it.
That is also disgusting.
Yeah, and like I said, you're not going to.
And I'm not saying. Listen, I want everybody to know, and I want you to know for sure. Not everything that the right does or says do I agree with. I'm not so loyal that I can't call out bullshit when I see it. I just see a lot of the stuff that they're doing with Trump and a lot of the stuff that they're saying about the right and saying about Trump and saying about this next presidency. I mean, we can already see that it's going to be better. We can already see that people are coming to the table trying to talk peace. Yeah. And you know what? If you're giving back land from somebody who it was taken from, that is what it is. I have no skin in the game when it comes to Ukraine or Russia and their fight. I have no skin in the game, so I don't know what was taken from them. I don't know their history as well as I do America's.
You don't. Wait. When you say you don't have any, when you say you don't have any skin in the game in the Russia Ukraine war, I don't know if you know everything that's on the line there. I mean, Putin has stated he intends to reestablish the Soviet Union. So most of our allies in the region believe he's not going to stop at the Ukraine because that's kind of what he said. So if he beats the Ukraine, the next step could be a country where we're having to get involved in it. So the idea that you don't have any skin in the game, I think you need to look at the bigger picture on that.
Yeah, and there again, you know, I commend my military personnel that are going to be a part of that fight. That's their job. That's not my job. That's what.
No, but it's your tax money. It's going to affect our economy. If we end up going to battle with Russia or continuing another pseudo war or whatever the case, that's going to affect you in some way or another.
And I get what you're saying there, you know, but in that same sense, I have no skin in the game. None of my brave fighters are fighting for the United States right now. What we have is we have all of my tax money, a good portion of my tax money going to a Ukraine war that we don't even have people fighting to make sure my money's spent right.
And well, they're not sending money
I
to
have a hard time with the war because of that. I mean, it's like if we're going to go over there and show force, then we should probably show force. If we're not going to show force, then we're feeding the military-industrial complex and we're wasting American money.
Well, when you say we don't have anybody ensuring that our money is spent right, understand, Julio, we're not sending them money. We're sending them weapons.
Did we pay for them?
What?
Did we pay for those?
Yeah, but when you I get what you're saying, but here's my pushback. If you're saying we need to have somebody over there to make sure our money is spent right, that means we need to have somebody over there to make sure they're dropping the bombs in the right place, because they're not spending money, they're using weapons.
Right, but my point is that whether it comes in the form of an explosive or it comes in the form of cash in a briefcase, that money is American money.
Right.
If we want to give them, then yes, they should be paying for them. And if they're paying for them, then that's feeding American pockets. That's not happening. We're just frivolously throwing billions of dollars at this war when if we would have stood up, if Trump would have been in office, we would have stood up, we would have put men on the ground, not necessarily in the fight, but men on the ground.
How do you know?
I don't know, but I can assume by the way that he handled all of the war possibilities that were in his administration, we didn't have a problem. We had a guy who was willing to take pictures of your house and say, "I will drop something right there for you."
It's easy to do that. Wait, but hold on.
And this is all hypothetical.
I get that, but let me just say this, Julio. That shit works a lot better with some two-bit Muslim terrorists as opposed to Vladimir Putin. You're not going to send Vladimir Putin a picture of the Kremlin and scare him like that.
So then why is it from 2004 till current, Russia has invaded on every president's watch and taken something back except for on Donald Trump's?
Because we don't know. Trump and Putin have had a friendly rapport. We don't know behind the scenes what Trump was promising him to stop him from doing it. We don't know. Because when Trump met with Putin, the interpreter that was present, he took the notes from that interpreter, and he never told us really what came out of that meeting. So we don't, maybe he was making promises to Putin, is why he didn't do it.
I don't see them promises costing us money. So whatever it was, I mean, it was better because we weren't fighting. Now listen, I don't know what Trump offered or what Trump said to Putin and the rest of the world leaders that kept him from being a wartime president. Yes, there was some things going on still over in Afghanistan that we were working on getting out. But again, 18 days without deaths, Biden takes over, we lose 13 plus.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend Biden for the botched evacuation in Afghanistan, but I will say this: the fact that Trump negotiated with terrorists, Taliban, gave them their country back, and they went right back to oppressing women and mistreating people. I don't know how he's not getting the blame for that. I get the 13 lost service personnel. Yeah, Biden should get blamed for that. But Trump handed a country back to the Taliban, and we're acting like that's a victory.
I mean, the loss of life was not as...
You don't think the Taliban is killing people? You don't think they're doing that? We just don't care about the people they're killing. But the Taliban they're taking out way more than 13 people. I can guarantee you that.
13 Americans?
No, that's exactly my point. They're not taking out Americans, so we don't care.
I know we're supposed to police the world because we are the biggest economy and the biggest military. I understand that.
You're handing a country.
At some point, you got to stop, wasting American lives and teach those people how to fend for themselves.
We didn't do any of that.
I think of teaching the Afghans how to fight, giving them weapons.
We handed a country to the Taliban. Trump specifically negotiated with the Taliban on how to put them back in power. How is that a win?
Get American people home without losing them.
Okay, so you brought American people home and you empowered terrorists. How is that a win?
Well, because if we wanted that country back, we would take that country back. And it wouldn't be hard to do, and we all know that.
Okay. I think it's a case of we care about Americans. We don't give a damn about what they're doing to those people. That's what it sounds like.
And be that. But in order to be good for anybody else individually, if I'm going to be good for anybody else, I got to first be good for myself. And if you're not willing to do what it takes to be good for yourself, then you kind of we're feeding you for no reason. We're not teaching you how to get a job. We're not teaching you how to fight. Now you got to learn and do it the hard way, because Americans have to do it. We have to suffer. We don't get to get bailed out like the rest of the world does. We have soldiers who have fought, and our veterans that don't get treated as well as our allies do. For nothing. Our allies put in nothing, and we give them more than we give our own American people.
Well, because our allies don't put in as much, because they don't get out as much either. I mean, America. There's a reason why we're the richest country on earth. What?
How do they not get more? They bro.
You look at the
billions of dollars sent across the world while we suffer here at home.
You look at suffer. We're the wealthiest country on earth. Where's the suffering happening at?
Well, you live in Chicago, bro. Walk around the corner. Look at all of your people sitting on the side of the road.
I could take you to some of the more rural West Virginia, some of the most dirt poor counties in this country, and you're still on the top of the pile compared to how they live in other countries. Even if you got a piece of shit trailer you live in, you still have more living space than most people on this planet.
If we go per capita, yeah, there's probably more doing better than there are doing worse.
Here's my point, Julio. Here's my point, Julio. Here's my point. Even if you are a dirt poor American claiming you barely know where you can find your next meal from, you are still in the 1% globally. You're still better than the average person in any other country, because if you're an American, you can't find where your next meal coming from. To some degree, it's probably a little bit of your fault. It's pretty easy in America to find food, at least.
I would agree with that to an extent, for sure.
Okay. All right.
I do agree that if you don't have it, if you don't have something in America, you're not doing anything to get it. I said on D's live the other night, and it hit home a little bit, I think, for some people, and it was if you want more, do more. If you want better, you got to do better. And I tell everybody that I talk to personally, face to face, if you want what I have, you've got to do what I've done, and I've worked my fucking ass off to get where I'm at today.
I think that it's possible to a certain level. I mean, I do believe the average American can achieve the American dream to some degree. It's just when you start getting in the upper echelon that you start encountering ceilings and blocks. But if you just want to have a decent place to live, a car to drive, and be able to feed your family, with a little bit of hard work, there's really nothing stopping you from accomplishing that in America. It's just when you say, well, I want a fancy house, I want a luxury car, then it starts to get challenging. But if you just want to have a comfortable life in America and you're willing to work hard to get it, I think 90+% of people can do that. I got to move it on, though, Julio.
And you're exactly right. That's where I say, if you want more, you got to do more. You got to do different. What we have in this country is we have a bunch of people who, they want higher minimum wage. I mean, everybody does, but are you still going to put in the same amount of work, or are you going to do more work?
I'll tell you this. You keep minimum wage the same for 20 years, and you're wondering why people ain't working and giving 110%. That sounds dumb to me. If you keep the minimum wage the same for 20+ years, you should expect the quality of employees to fall off as well. We're expecting people to continue coming to work and giving 110% and not pay them. And to me, that makes no sense.
But you can't get your minimum wage raised. None of us in the comments or on this live right now can do the bare minimum and expect the maximum. I mean, if we're going to expect a higher minimum wage, then we gotta perform. Show me you're worth it.
Yeah, but that's the problem, is people are showing they're worth it and they still ain't getting paid shit. I mean, that's the problem. We tell those people, what?
That's instant gratification. You can't do good for a little bit and expect it right now. It's like your parents when you got grounded. You want to get ungrounded, you got to show me for more than a
day. But none of that explains away keeping the minimum wage the same for 20 years. None of what you're saying, even before they show you that they're highly qualified or whatever you're saying, the amount they make coming in the door still needs to go up with the cost of living. Based on what you're saying, then the minimum wage should just stay the same forever. I mean,
no, and that's not at all what I'm saying. And I agree with you that we should have a cost of living increases.
And we haven't.
Wages. I don't disagree with that.
And we have not been having that.
Yeah, but you can choose to sit back and cry about it, or you can sit back and work hard for it. You work hard for it. I work hard for it.
And employers can choose to sit back and cry about the fact they can't find decent employees, or they can pay people right.
Exactly, and I think that's fair. I think if you're not going to pay people right, you're not going to get what you want for your employees. You're not going to get the kind of employees you want. I agree with that.
God.
I don't disagree with that at all. My point is that me and you, out of this conversation, the bulk of America feels the way that I just explained everything.
And that, well, if the bulk of America feels it's okay to keep the minimum wage the same for 20 years, then that's a problem in itself. And I don't totally disagree with you.
Yet?
Huh?
My granddaughter just woke up. I was just seeing if she was hungry.
All right. Moving on. Julio, thanks as always.
Always a pleasure. And hey, thanks for the coins. I don't know who gave me 8 coins. I mean, it should be a lot more than 8 because I'm such a great talker up here.
Oh my God. Let me hand you a rope. I gotta go.
Every time I get off of here, man, that's how I feel every time.
You'll come up again, I'm sure. All right, moving on with the program. Someone wanted to correct me because I was stating that in America, you should be able to find food, and I don't believe that if you're having trouble finding food, I think it's something you're doing wrong on your part. And folks in the comments are disagreeing. Somebody said they spent the month. He in 68 said, I spent the month in Germany and I never saw anybody digging out of the trash for food. We do have a large homeless population in America. I don't believe it's due to simple poverty constraints. I think most of our homeless community are either mentally ill, strung out on drugs, or they're choosing to be that way. A lot of gypsies and folks like that favor, hippies. I like living. I like the freedom of this. I don't want to have responsibilities and a mortgage. A lot of folks prefer that freedom. I'll tell you myself personally, for 4 years, I was an expediter, which is moving leftover freight that don't fit on the truck. I had one of them really tall Sprinter vans, a ProMaster. I bought it new, but I lived in that van for 4 years, hauling, freight all over the country. I mean, I made decent money, had my van really decked out, and I lived in that van for 4 years. I really enjoy doing that. So everybody don't necessarily want to be in a home. If I can sit some people are like, look, if I can be in a nice climate, like California, for instance, where it's warm outside, I'm okay living in a tent and hustling on the side. But I do believe that if you are an American willing to work, the basic necessities of life are there for you, there for the taking. I don't believe that in America it is so damn tough that if you are willing to work hard, you cannot find food, somewhere to live. Now, when I say somewhere to live, I know housing prices have become astronomical. But keep in mind throughout most of America, because somebody mentioned Germany, for instance, they're not buying houses in Germany. A lot of people live roommate. When I lived in Australia, for instance, home prices were way higher than they were in America. I'm talking about living in an apartment somewhere, having a little bit of food in your fridge so you're not starving and able to survive, and even having a piece of vehicle outside. A lot of places, even owning a car is outside of range. If you live in Europe and some of them areas, a lot of them don't even own cars. In America, those things are obtainable. And I'm talking about even without even going and getting a college degree or any of that kind of shit. I just want to have a piece of a car so I can drive around, somewhere to call my own, whether it's an apartment or even renting a room somewhere, a studio or something like that. And I want to have food in the fridge. If you're willing to work hard in America, that is absolutely obtainable. Perfect example, the immigrants are proving it every damn day. They come to America, even when they're skirting the law and staying under the radar, they're achieving that shit. So if you're trying to convince me that you cannot get that in America, you got to be doing something wrong. That is not that hard to get. That is not that hard to get. Not after January, says Hesse. You think Trump's going to ruin the country so bad that you're not going to be able to get the basic necessities? Wow. Will G says, people like Trump and Fulio, referring to my last guest, Julio, People like Trump and Fulio are the ones that will destabilize the world and wonder why. I don't know about Julio having the power to destabilize the world, but I think Trump could do it with those tariffs. Trump is performative. He does everything for clicks and nothing for substance. He absolutely is performative. Trump is performative. Does he do everything for clicks with no substance? I'll leave that up to you folks, but he definitely is performative. I mean, some of the things he says at rallies, I have MAGA come on the program all the time and say he was just doing that for his base. He is performative. I do agree with that. There aren't any checks and balances. We need more of that. More than 14 million people in this country are food deprived, says Arsha Fine. Yeah, but like I said, if mom is strung out on drugs, dad ain't around, it's usually stuff like that. If you are, because a lot of kids are food deprived, where they have to go to school because they don't know where their next meal is coming from. It usually requires you make some bad decisions in life to be that far at the bottom. I went to high school, got my high school diploma, got my GED, and I just can't make it. I just can't I can't find a job where I got enough money to eat. I don't buy that. I grew up in the hood and all of that shit, and you can't find even a low minimum wage job, day labor or something like that, somebody to rent a room from. I don't see that. Not in America. There's too many opportunities. It's something out there you ain't thought of yet, or somewhere you haven't applied to yet. If you're willing to work hard, now maybe if you got a disability where you're paralyzed from the legs down, where you can't do a host of jobs. I can see that. But a healthy, able-bodied person that is saying I cannot afford those things I mentioned, the basic necessities, there's got to be more to it than that. Thank capitalism for opportunity, Tim, says Mount Loving Mama. Capitalism, while it does provide opportunity, it is also the reason why some people are doing so bad, because the disparity. Capitalism is not designed to be fair. It's a me type environment. And it's not like the people who work hard to climb to the top throw a ladder for the people at the bottom to climb up and enjoy it with them. No, the people who climb to the top take the ladder and roll it back up. So it's harder for you to get up there. Such as what me and my last caller was talking about, how a lot of the biggest corporations have been paying the same minimum wage for 20 years. So you don't made it to the top and you're fighting tooth and nail to prevent from helping out people at the bottom. So I don't know about that one. I don't know if capitalism should be thanked for that, but it is what it is. Let me go back to the box. She wasn't ignored. They acted like she wanted to feed the children glass. What the hell is that one all about? Let me go back to the box. One of my subscribers, Lewis, has been holding on there. Good afternoon, Lewis. Apparently it's not letting them up. All right, we have to reset it. Alan Quinn says, that's exactly why they want to get rid of the Department of Education. Damn. How does that work? Now, Trump is claiming there's a ton of waste and inefficiency in the Department of Education. Okay, so you get rid of the Department of Education. What is it replaced with? I mean, obviously kids need to be educated. Is he trying to create a dumbed down population, for lack of a better term? Why would you get rid of why would you get rid of the Department of Education? What is he trying to replace it with? Now, I do understand that Trump is a big states' rights person. He's always talking about that. But the issue with states' rights is some states are going to do things way different than other states. As I often say on the program, if the states had their rights to do what they want, there would be states I wouldn't be safe to even visit. So where do we put a stop in the prevention of states' rights from going back to what it was? I mean, we know the history of states' rights in America is terrible. Are we to believe that everybody's changed their mindset and there's no way in hell we could ever go back to where we used to be? because the history of states' rights in this country is awful. LGBTQ, women's rights, and the rights for minorities would probably be horrible if we go back to states' rights. Alan Quinn.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good to talk to you again, Tim.
Good to have you on. So what brought you through? What did you hear? What am I getting wrong?
Okay, it's not that you're getting anything wrong. Somebody just asked about why was the Department of Education even set up. Jimmy Carter put the Department of Education to make sure that federal guidelines for education were followed. Now, it's grown since then, and part of the reason why I was able to attend schools because of subsidized loans, unsubsidized loans. FAFSA, Pell Grant. So there are millions of people right now who would not have the opportunity to be where they are.
Yeah, me.
Their situation.
Me, I use some of that shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
My GI Bill. So all of that is part of what happens. And here's the thing. And people can say, oh, you're bringing race into it. Here's the thing. That gave a lot of black folks an opportunity. Because white folks said, well, you don't have a college degree. Department of Education gave us money. We went and got degrees. So that gave us an opportunity to be competitive in the workforce.
So what are you suggesting? They're trying to dumb down certain communities?
Absolutely. And here's the thing. Poor whites in rural areas, they typically don't go to college. You know what they do? They go to the plant. They go to the fields.
Yeah.
This gives them they have an opportunity to take advantage of it. Look at women who got divorced. And they went back to school, got their education, able to take care of their kids. The Department of Education gives people an opportunity. And if you look at Fox News, what does Fox News always say? You send your kids to school, they're gonna come back liberals. But you know what they do? But you know what they do, Tim? You know what they do?
What?
They send their kids to Ivy League schools that they went to, were their legacy. You know what they tell poor whites to do? Don't send your kid to school. This isn't just about race, it's about race and class. And what poor white America does not understand is they see you the same way. Rich white folks see you the same way they see us. The same way that they see the Latino community. Y'all ain't rich, so you're not on their level. You're not on their level. So stop thinking that this billionaire cares about you. He doesn't.
I get a lot of folks that say Trump really cares about America.
Because here's the thing. I'm going to give Trump credit for one thing. That son of a bitch can sell. He can sell bullshit like nobody else. And when you're uneducated and you don't know how to do the research, you don't know where to go do the research, when you're uneducated and you don't have the opportunity to see other cultures, to see and taste other foods, to do other things, to travel other places, you don't know. So what do we all do by human nature? We stay within our clique. You look like me. You come from a similar background as me, so I'm comfortable with you. I don't know them. It's tribalism. And as long as they can keep us that way, it's going to continue to happen.
And you see Trump is trying to keep us tribal.
Exactly. Why the hell else would he sit up here? He's won the election. God help us all. But he won the election. And you know, and what's the thing he says on Thanksgiving, a holiday that's supposed to be, what are you thankful for? What does he come out? Leftist lunatics. Dumbass, you're the only fucking lunatic. Think about something. Trump sat there and he makes gaffes in his speeches. And when Joe Rogan thinks that it's Biden, and Biden is quoting what he said, Joe Rogan goes on this, oh, look at him, he's crazy, he's delusional, da-da-da-da-da. But when he finds out that Trump said it, when he sees the video, oh, well, you know, he just made a mistake. So what does that do? That keeps us separated. If these poor white folks would actually realize, guess what? And I'm going to use a word I hope you don't get. They look at y'all like y'all niggas. You are not special, Julio.
So you're saying that the wealthy, what about wealthy black? There are plenty of wealthy black people. Where are they at in this?
Listen, I guarantee you, if you go and do the numbers on it, they may attain money. And they're a lot like myself. I'm more of a centrist. I am a Democrat, but I lean more toward the center. I don't mind some of the financials, but the social problem, the social things, I believe in the Democratic program. And that's another thing. Let me bring something up too, Tim. I just remember this. Julio, show me the case where a child, somebody under 18.
I don't beat the drum on that so much. You know, that's in line with Trump saying. Hold on, that's in line with Trump. That's in line with Trump saying that people who send their kid to school one gender and they come home another one. Yeah, there's no evidence of that actually happening.
When you're uneducated, Tim, you believe that bullshit. You believe it. Think about it, Tim. I guarantee you. Start asking this question. Ask this question. What level of education have you achieved?
I don't like to talk down to my guests like that.
No. I don't mean it as a talking down point. I'm saying what happens is you will find that people who have the opportunity, who take advantage of it, because anybody can go to school, Tim. You can find a school to get into. I don't even give a damn if it's trade school. I don't care. But when you get the opportunity to go to school, you sit next to somebody who doesn't look like you.
Yeah.
And you have conversation. And you find out, hey, we got some things in common. We want the same things. We just come from different backgrounds. It's not about talking down to them. It's about getting to know them. And you find out, hey, even if you don't agree, even if you still want to vote Republican, that's fine. But at least you know I'm not some leftist lunatic. And I don't think you're some conservative racist. We get to have real conversation.
I do agree that being in diverse cultures helps reduce bigotry and things like that. You know, because there are black people who have certain notions about whites, like they all got money or they all got good credit. No, that ain't true. There's plenty of poor white, but you have to. I do agree when you hang around people, you learn that a lot of the stereotypes are incorrect.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. There are plenty of people in rural America who do go to school, but they're fewer than those in the city and urban areas. Why? Because the numbers are different. And what I'm saying is everybody should go. Everybody should get the experience. Everybody needs a Department of Education. Because I tell you this, they're going to get rid of free high schools. They're going to get rid of free middle schools.
You really think that's going to happen?
Hell, the states can't afford it, Tim. The states can't afford to sit up here and keep a school system sustained and a higher education system. Hell no, they can't afford it.
So anybody in America that wants a high school education is going to have to pay for it. You believe that?
Tim, my degree's in education. Yes. My bachelor's degree is in education, and I'm telling you right now, you get rid of the Department of Education, which funds, that's why he sat there and he said, hey, if y'all don't do what we want you to do, we're going to get rid of the Department of Education, we're going to return education back to the states. In the state of Oklahoma, you could not educate a black person or a native person, indigenous person, up until the early 1900s.
I don't think you can do all that in 4 years, Alan. I think you're overstating on Trump.
He has. Now, I think he's an idiot, and I don't think he knows how to do it. But what you're talking about is right now, he has the executive office, he has Congress, and he has the Supreme Court.
That is,
if he has anybody competent working on it, and he's got an idiot for a freaking Department of Education to head up the Department of Education in Linda McMahon.
So what about the notion that if he gets rid of the Department of Education, liberal states can form their own state Department of Education?
Most states do. All states have a Department of Education already.
And I mean, a lot of the liberal states is where the money is at, so they can fund their own citizens going to high school. Could they not?
Some will invest in it and see it as a great investment. Some are not going to invest in it, because think about all the states that had the Hope scholarships and all that, and those lotteries are just a Ponzi scheme.
Well, maybe that would do what Trump is suggesting that needs to be done. Take the waste and mismanagement out of it. Because most of the states that have a ton of money, many of them are liberal states, like California and Illinois and New York. So if you get rid of the Department of Education, where federal money, because the poor states like West Virginia and Mississippi and shit like that, if you get rid of the Department of Education and now the wealthier states don't have to send money to help those folks out, wouldn't at least the liberal states be able to make sure their citizens are educated?
Okay. You could until you start getting a flood of people in there and utilizing that system. And then it depends on who pulls the purse strings. Do you have, like here in North Carolina? Here in North Carolina, we have for the last 8 years, we've had Democrat as the governor, but he's had a Republican General Assembly.
Yeah, that guy's hard. You talking about the guy who said he's a black Nazi and all that shit?
No, he was a lieutenant AG.
Okay, all right, okay, all right.
I mean, excuse me, lieutenant governor, but he's an idiot. And the point is, Roy Cooper has done so much in North Carolina, but he hasn't been able to do everything he wanted to do because Republicans will block it at a certain point. Again, elite, and we're talking about wealthy Republicans.
Yeah, but I don't, even though you got a Democratic governor, I don't consider North Carolina as a Democratic state. I'm talking about places, like I said, up in the New England area and things like that. That's what I see as a Democratic state.
They're going to continue to pour into their education system because, number one, you do have a lot of charter schools up there, but they also see the value in education.
Yeah. So the liberals, so to me, based on what you're saying, it would be like, sounds like if what happens the way you're saying it, liberals would become more educated and Republicans would become less, because those are the areas that are going to get hit hardest by a elimination of the Department of Education. It's going to be Republican areas.
It will be, but you got to keep this in mind too. We're talking about wealthy people are going to be able to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
It's not going to impact them. But it's the poor. As long as they can keep you no higher than the lower middle class, they're okay with you, because you're never gonna threaten them. You're never a threat. You're going to always work for them. You're going to take that low job. You're going to sit up here and still go to Walmart and buy whatever Walmart has. And you're going to sit there and you're going to complain and bitch, but never do anything.
And that's what Takesha kind of said earlier. And by the way, I see in the comments, Will says Trump only cares about himself.
Exactly.
He says he will hide behind the seal of President of the United States and Secret Service from the law. So he's saying that a lot of folks, like I said, a lot of folks believe Trump actually does care about America. So you and Will have a different opinion on that.
It's a great con. It's just like pastors in the pulpit who con people. It's a great con. It's a great game. That's like people who sat there and said, I went to Trump University. People who sat there and did business. You know, he sat there and said, he's on video saying, I hate paying overtime. And he applauded a guy who fired people who pushed for overtime.
Well, as I say, I got to move on, Alan, but as I say on the program all the time, you can't say this guy didn't tell you what he was running on.
He told them, but they're not. Here's the thing. Some people, I get it. You vote your tax bracket and you vote, and some people vote their emotions. But at the end of the day, don't say you weren't told. Yeah. I will give you that, Tim. He told them.
And maybe it was because Kamala Harris was a bad candidate.
Kamala is a questionable candidate, but here's the problem I have. Everybody's screaming she's DEI. She went to 2 great schools. She served 14 years as a prosecutor. She was elected 3 times. 3 times. How the hell is she? Every one of them Republicans who say
all that don't matter there, Alan. You got to know how to talk to the people and talk about kitchen table issues. She apparently didn't do that.
Is Linda McMahon a DEI hire?
I don't know.
What? She has no freaking experience. Let's look at the dude he put as Secretary of the Defense. He never even led a squad.
I think they're more like returning a favor, more of a quid pro quo hire than a DEI.
Are they qualified, Tim?
No, they're not qualified. No, they're not qualified.
The whole point. Now, you're telling me the 2 women who have run for the highest office in this country, they were more qualified than the person they ran against. One of them was the goddamn Secretary of State. I don't care about we're looking at qualifications. If a resume comes in, you look at the qualifications. Is that not what you were supposed to do?
That's what you're supposed to do.
Okay, so on paper, were they not more qualified?
Yes, I don't think the qualification of Trump's picks matter, because people believe he is the one that they need pulling the purse strings, and he is qualified to control all branches of government, and he just needs people in there that's going to listen to what he's saying.
And that's proof that people, the electorate of America is not educated on facts, and the electorate of America is hypocrites.
All right.
Because name me one doctor you're gonna go see who never went to med school. Name me the lawyer you're going to hire when your life is on the line, your liberty is on the line, and he didn't go to law school. Name me that person.
Alan, appreciate you coming through.
All right, Tim,
All
love the
right.
show.
All right, moving on. Thank you, Alan. GI Bill and Veterans Readiness and Employment, VRNE, are heavily in the DOE. MAGA, what does it says? MAGA just stabbed themselves in the heart. GI Bill and Veterans Readiness and Employment. Now you got in parentheses VRNE. I'm trying to figure out what all this means. VRNE are heavily in the DOE. MAGA just stabbed themselves in the heart. Yikes. I don't know if I quite understand all of that. Let me go back to the box. Sane washing all Trump's bullshit while holding Democrats to a different standard. Some of that absolutely happened. I talked about why Kamala lost in a video I had right after the election. And one of the things I said, first of all, I do believe she was a bad candidate. I mean, not knowing how to address kitchen table issues with the people, but that was the first thing I said. But the second thing I said is she only had 107 days. If she had a full year or two, if Biden had stepped down like he led people to believe he was going to do, Kamala Harris would have probably been a better candidate if she had a year or two to run. But she had 107 days and she's going up against a guy who's been basically running for president for 10 years straight almost. You're not going to compete with that. That's impossible for Kamala Harris to catch up to somebody who's been running that long. But I do believe she was she wasn't a great candidate. I do believe that if there was an election and people had a primary, she probably would not have been the one to get the gig. That's just my opinion. She got 2% when she ran against Biden. People don't like her, says Stevie D. Well, when Biden ran before he became president, before Biden beat Trump, he had ran 2 other times, and he didn't do very well either. So that's not to say that maybe she would have won a primary. I don't think she would have, but Biden ran before and he didn't win. So you could have a piss poor outing, run again and win. Biden is proof of that. Trump has been running since 2000. I don't know about that one. He got busted lying and stealing speeches, says Stevie D. Biden. Who did he plagiarize? Was it? I do recall that happening though. Well, Melania Trump did the same thing, but she wasn't running for office. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on with I don't know what I just hit there. We'll go to Arsha. Good afternoon, rather. Welcome to the program. A UK government official. You saying that Trump plagiarized a UK government official? Federal judge strikes down Biden's overtime expansion. That's what somebody's putting in the comments, that a federal judge has struck down Biden's overtime expansion. I'm glad I don't operate in an environment where I'm depending on overtime, because I do believe Trump promised to give overtime. He promised to not have taxes on overtime, and it is my assumption, and I could totally be wrong on this, but I'm gonna say my assumption, one of the reasons why they did that is because they don't plan on giving you a lot of overtime. It's easy I ain't gonna tax you on overtime. Don't worry about that one. I can guarantee you, we ain't gonna be taxing you on it. You ain't gonna be getting it either. We'll see. We will see, but I believe that's gonna be in jeopardy. And the reason the simple solution to that is to pass laws that make it easier to put people on salary. That's the easiest way to do that. When Obama was in office, and by the way, tap the screen. We might be able to get up to 80,000. Some of you, ain't nobody tapping the screen, right? Tap the screen, show the program some love. When Obama was in office, he was fighting to pass a law that required you earn at least, I think at the time, $45,300 or something like that. You had to earn a certain amount of money before they could put you on salary. And he gave the example of how you could be an assistant manager or a team leader at Taco Bell making $23,000 a year, and they could put you on salary because you are in a quote unquote management position. And he stated he stated that salary positions were for middle level management positions, not somebody in entry level that's making it. He's like, he gave the example, 23,000 a year. This guy's a team leader or a first level manager at Taco Bell. He's making 23,000 a year, and they put him on salary. So now they're getting like 60 hours a week out of this guy. And when you break down that 23,000 per year he's actually making less than his employees because they're getting so much more work out of him and deeming it as salary. That would be the simple solution for that, is that Trump comes in office and they could pass a law that says, you could put people on salary a lot easier. All sorts of ways you can play games with that. Stevie D, appreciate that graphic. Thank you. All sorts of ways. If you start putting people on salary, you start getting rid of overtime. So a whole lot of jobs out there that pay overtime, if you put them on salary, now you can get 50, 60 hours a week out of them, and it's a salary job. So when they hire you, they tell you this job is, you work 40 hours a week, you start at 8, you end at 4 or whatever. But they put in the writing that sometimes this job may require you to work an extra hour or 2 per day, depending on needs of the business. You sign on the dotted line, it tells you this job pays you, $35,000, $40,000 a year. And you start working a job, and all of a sudden, needs of the business is requiring you to work 50, 60 hours a week every damn week because they're cutting back staff, making it so they need to make you work extra. And ain't shit you can do about it. It's very easy to do that. It's very easy to get rid of overtime in many professions, maybe not in all of them, but many of them. And then the other solution is to turn a lot of W-2 jobs into 1099 contractor jobs. So yeah, when you start talking about we ain't gonna tax overtime, yeah, because a lot of people ain't gonna be getting it. That's my humble opinion of where that could go. I can't imagine an environment where all of the folks that are earning tips and overtime are not being taxed. I just can't see, because somebody got to make that money up. That money you can't just eliminate all of that tax money without it being made up from somewhere else. I don't see that. I don't believe that's going to happen, and I don't believe it's going to happen under Kamala Harris either. Salary is a trick to get free service, says Affleck. Yeah. It definitely is that. That's exactly what it is. Put them on salary, now you can get more work out of them and not have to compensate them for it. And you will always find Americans that want a job and are willing to do that. In a host of professions. I can easily see that. Looking in the comments, no overtime equals no tax on overtime. Exactly. You're not getting taxed on overtime because you're not earning it. Pretty easy solution. I think that one's pretty easy to solve. VRE is a veterans program that employs vets based on their disabilities. The program gets funding through the Department of Energy and the Department of Labor for classes. I did not know that, Will. That is something I did not know. It says GI Bill and Veterans Readiness. Yeah, I didn't know that. So you're definitely teaching me some on that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Will. Look at what's happening in Texas. What is happening in Texas, Ezzy? Salary with a minimum of 40 hours a week requirement. Yeah, but what is the max? What is the max? Okay, most full-time jobs have a 40-hour week. But if they say you got to have a minimum for, what is the max? Okay, minimum 40 hours, max 60. We don't have to pay you any extra money until you work more than 60 hours a week. Or I'll give you another example of what has happened in this country. When I was a union guy back in, I was a union guy for AT&T, but I was also a union guy for United Parcel Service as an unloader in Chicago. You used to, in union jobs, you work 8 hours in a day. Any time you work over 8 hours, time and a half is overtime. So if I work 8 hours and that boss asks me to stay for an hour or two, then I make an hour or two of overtime. They changed that to Now you got to work 40 hours in a week before you get overtime. So that way, if the boss wants me to work 10 hours on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, he can shorten my day on Friday so that I never exceed the 40-hour threshold. So I have worked overtime, but because I never hit 40 hours, I didn't receive any extra money. He just sent me home early on Friday. Now, in union jobs, you can't do that as easy, but most Americans no longer work in unions now. So that's another trick where they can get overtime out of you and then send you home when they don't need you. And if they play these type of tricks all over the place, such as I said before, now you got to work 40 hours before you get overtime. Next it'll be 80. You get paid every 2 weeks. So you got to work 80 hours before we pay you any overtime. Giving the employer all types of flexibility to get extra work out of you without having to pay you. I think that some of these you would probably get passed from the right, which is against minimum wage and a host of other provisions for employees. I think you can get some of this through. So yeah, when you say they're not going to tax overtime, I do believe it's because overtime is going to become less common among a lot of American professions. I believe they're going to get rid of overtime. Now, see in the comments, Essie, you said that is happening in Texas. They're getting rid of overtime. All right, going back to the box, or put people on salary to, yeah, I mentioned that, didn't Cal? Yeah, just put people on salary. You know, if you work less than 60 hours a week, you can be put on salary. You don't get any extra money unless they make you work more than 60 hours a week. But anybody who works 60 hours a week or less, you can put them on salary. You no longer have to pay them hourly. I think less positions will be hourly jobs. More stuff will either be salary or it'll be 1099 contract. And then that way you cut back overtime, and the few remaining, yeah, you can get them a tax benefit because there's so few of them. Let me go back to the box. I was trying to bring up Arsha. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Yep, nail on the head says this. Yes, it's too late now. If it happens, it's because Trump has made jokes about not wanting to pay overtime. I think him and Elon was talking about that. Republican policies are coming for you, MAGA. Hold on, I got my popcorn ready, says Duke. 4 years, though. He only gets 4 years. Maybe let's assume he can't do all of this shit, and that the liberals are just fear-mongering. Real quick in the comments. Do you need CDL to expedite? No, you do not, Will. For most companies, you don't. I was an expediter. If you're driving a Sprinter van, like I did, no, you don't. For some of the bigger companies like Bolt, Panther, you've seen Panther trucks going down the highway. You're doing it for trucking companies, but you're in a Sprinter van. There's a bunch of companies that you can drive for as an expediter and not in a I'm losing my sight of this one. And a CDL license is not required because I don't have one. I've never had a CDL license, so you don't need one. Like I said, I did it for almost a half a dozen years, so you can do it without a CDL. Let me go back to the box. I don't know why I'm having problems bringing up guests. Let me just try anybody at this point. I hit someone there. Let's see if it brings them up. I may have to reset this because I'm having problems with the box. It's an obvious scam. They send money to Zelensky. They don't send money to Zelensky, CR. You said it's an obvious scam. They send money to Zelensky, the money over here to defense contractors that are buying up all of our housing. We don't send money to the Ukraine. They can't do shit with cash right now. They need weapons. What good is a box of money going to Vladimir Zelensky fighting the Russians? We're sending them weapons. The weapons cost money. I get it, but he's not receiving cash from America. He has no use for that. I don't know where. Yeah, there we go. I think I brought up Siren. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I hear you loud and clear.
Appreciate it. What brought you on? What am I getting wrong?
Well, you're getting
you're getting, no, it's not that you're getting anything wrong. You're mollycoddling these Trump MAGA cult members.
I'm doing, what is it called? Molly coddling? What did you say again?
Mollycoddling, being delicate with them when they're coming up with garbage and stupid stuff like children leave school at 3rd grade and come back, go out a girl and come back a boy. That kind of foolishness. But what I want to say is they have a problem when we state the fact to them, and then they call us mean and name calling, but yet they have an orange orangutan with his childbearing hips friend Elon Musk running amok of this country. Yes, the childbearing hips with that big pregnant belly. That's his new wife, right? So this is what we're dealing with for MAGA. Let's just be very honest. First of all, most of the MAGA in the middle of the country are welfare queens, right? What do I mean by that? The blue states subsidize those red MAGA states. Most of them have 3 teeth in their mouth and 2 ready to jump out. So what I suggest in these next 4 years is that we send them cases and cases of corn on a cob so they can gnaw on that for the next 4 years. Because guess what? They effed around, they're going to find out. They are poor. They're already on all the services. I know this for a fact that a lot of places like that are majority white people, they get all the welfare. They get free busing and things of that nature. We don't know about it, but they're getting all of those welfare services. So they want to cut those things, right? They want to cut those types of programs. So MAGA, poor MAGA, you think you're crying about eggs right now. I want eggs to be $25 a carton.
Damn.
Bacon to be $35 a slice. Yes, I want that to happen. I want them to feel what they did. I want those people who think that they're voting for billionaires, that these people are on your side. I want you to find out what's going to really happen to you.
So you believe? So you really sound like you believe Trump is going to just seriously destroy the whole damn country.
Listen. If he had a can of gasoline in a match, he would toss it on this country. This is a traitor to this country. Why are we making light of that? He caused an insurrection. He tried to overturn an election. This is unacceptable. Think about it. Everything he's done, people say, oh, it was better under Trump. I remember we couldn't find toilet paper. We couldn't get Lysol. We couldn't find masks. People were going crazy hoarding water and things of that nature because of the chaos. Before this orange orangutan is already in that office, look at the instability he has caused with Mexico and Canada. Mexico's president had to come out and say, he's lying. We did not say that we were going to take care of the immigrants. And the Canadians said, he's threatening us. We're not like Mexico. We're nothing like Mexico. So he's already causing a bunch of chaos right now. It's like a little hurricane. Right now we're at a level 1. But wait till he gets his orange behind in that chair. We must also remember that the Heritage Foundation, which I consider a hate group, is behind this, right? So Project 2025, which states that it's going to get rid of the Department of Education. Project 2025, which also wants to put interracial marriage back to the states. Wink, wink.
Have they said that?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. Somebody in the comments, please confirm that. Project 2025, and Clarence Thomas also agreed with that. Project 2025 also wants to get rid of gay marriage. Remember that?
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that.
And Project 2025 and Agenda 47 wants to give police indemnified immunity, which means total immunity. So people who look like you or me or these poor MAGA with 3 teeth want to get bit bop, boppity bop, socked up in their heads and may even get worse, will have no recourse. We couldn't get attorneys and things of that nature. I want Trump to get rid of 11 million people in this country, 11 million illegal aliens. I used to never say that. But because 50+% of Latino men decided that a black woman who was absolutely qualified was not good enough for them, I want to give them the gift that they voted for. Let's start. And if I hear a lawnmower, I'm not looking out the window. I'm calling ICE. It's on speed dial. Since you want to play that game, you fucked around. You're going to find out. Listen, the people in Dearborn, Michigan, the Arabs and the Muslims who told people, do not vote for Kamala Harris, vote for Donald Trump or Jill Stein because we are protesting them as far as Gaza is concerned. You fucked around and found out. Now they're writing letters to Joe Biden saying, please help us before Trump gets in there. Guess what? Gaza's going to be beachfront property, and I'm asking people, do they want to get some timeshares? See, this is what people have to feel, Tim. They have to feel what their vote is.
So what you're saying is you want if Trump does some of these things that
Yes.
people on the left fear, you want people who normally would have voted Democrat to face it because that's what they voted for.
Absolutely. Listen,
Wow.
what did the child rapist and slave master say? Thomas Jefferson. The government we elect is the government we deserve. So we deserve. He didn't lie and say, "Oh, I'm going to give you $25,000 for a first-time homeowners." He didn't say he was going to $50,000 for a person who's starting a new business. He said, "I'm going to get rid of these illegal aliens. Haitians are eating cats and dogs and all kinds of foolishness." These people, because of their racism and their misogyny, voted this way. Even some persons who were who were here illegally said that I vote for Donald Trump. The common enemy was better under. And she said, "But aren't you undocumented?" He said, "Yes." She said, "Well, then you're going to be sent home." "Oh well, we prefer." See, this is the insanity that we're dealing with. You got people with 3 pennies to rub together who don't have anything, who's going to vote for a billionaire who they think, like you said, they think he really cares about them. But except. We got it on tape that he says, "I don't care about you. I just want your vote." Then he said, "I don't need your votes anymore. We already got the votes." This was 3 and 4 months before the election. We already had that's when I knew his little girlfriend with her childbearing hips had her Starlinks up in the sky doing funny buggers.
You
So
guys,
I don't know what's going on.
and I
I
see
don't know
you're pissing off some of my YouTubers, Gen X on YouTube.
Listen, Tim, I want to piss them off. And here's the last thing I'm going to say to you. I am calling, and I put an APB out and a Mayday out to all Democrat and democracy-loving Republicans, democracy-loving Democrats, and independents. And I said that if anybody, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Obama's, Clinton's, Bush's, if they show up at that Shotzi inauguration, that crowning of that orange orangutan who will have mostly people who stormed the Capitol 4 years before, if they show up at that ceremony, they are, in a sense, putting the crown on his head to say everything you've done was okay. I don't want to hear about protocol.
Well, hold on. Biden has already invited him to the White House, so he's already passed that threshold.
Absolutely. Already been a mollycoddler, was smiling and cheesing like it's insulting to the people who went out there and voted.
But I'm having this conversation with you. Gen X on YouTube says, "Where do you find all these angry, racist blacks?" He's suggesting that you're angry and...
Yes, I know. First of all, let's give him some education. Black people cannot be racist. That's number one.
That's not true.
That is very true. And we can break that down. I can break that down to you. Let me explain to you what racism is. It's about prejudice plus power, having the power to make you and me and our forefathers be slaves for 400 years.
You tell me nobody black has any power over anybody white?
No, not in America. You don't have any. What power do you have as a group?
What if you own a business? For shits and giggles, let's say BET was still owned by black people, and they deliberately chose not to hire somebody white.
Yeah.
That's not racist?
That's not race. No, that is not racism. That is prejudice. That is bigotry. That's not racism. Racism is a system in place. So I can say to Tim, to you, and millions of people who look like you, you're going to live in these ghettos because you don't want you anywhere else.
So when Trump was deemed, because he was not renting to black people. So you saying that wasn't racist? That was not racist.
That's racism.
How was that racist? If a black person...
Because he's from the group. He's from the group that has the power and the privilege to do what they've done.
Wait, hold on. So if a black man, like I used to have 20 tenants. I used to own several properties in Chicago.
Look, they're reporting me.
Yeah, I see.
I got a violation warning because they're so upset that I'm not mollycoddling them. But they love when Trump says he grabs women by the private parts. They love him when he says people eat dogs and cats when they don't. They love him when he says bash those people in the head. And if I had my way, I would pay for it. See, they love all his vulgarity, but they don't like me talking hard and tough because their feelings are hurt because MAGA really is snowflakes. You guys are cult members and you're snowflakes and you need to get over yourself.
All right, Siren. We'll save it for next time. Appreciate you coming in.
I want to end with this. Prejudice plus the power to use that prejudice against the group of people. That is what racism is. We can be prejudiced, we can be bigots, but we don't have the power as a group to say we don't want white people over here in our neighborhoods. We don't have that. You know why? Because we don't have any communities. There's not one black community in this country. And if you want me to explain that or expand on that, I will. There's only hoods and neighborhoods. We do not have communities. And they made sure of that because every time we did have a community, i.e. Tulsa, Oklahoma, i.e. Rosewood, they destroyed it, got jealous, and the government helped them deputize these YT trash to destroy all of our progress. New York City Central Park was 2 black thriving communities. Seneca Village, I forgot what the other one, and they did what? Turned a park into it. Most man-made lakes in this country were once thriving black communities. See, that's what they do to our real communities. And
now, see in the comments, Stevie D says this is an example of why the left lost. He's saying it. I'd like to, Stevie, elaborate on that. I got to move it on, though, Syra.
Okay, my darling, I got you, but I just want you to know, we must boycott that Shotzi inauguration. It's a white power movement, and we must say, no, we're not watching it, and we're not going to. Most of those people are going to be the so-called. Now, if you all said, now listen, they all said that he was a fascist. His generals, right? They all said this.
Yeah.
Why are we supporting a person who's like Hitler if we don't believe in it?
Well, you could ask that to J.D. Vance and Rubio. They all said it too. They all said it too.
And you see how snowflakey your MAGA people are? Donald Trump and Elon Musk are getting married soon. Elon looks pregnant. He has childbearing hips. And yes, you all are in a cult. Have a nice day.
All right, Siren. That living up to that name 100%. That was wow. Oh my God. Always welcome on the program. When I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q, we do believe in free speech. I get occasionally some MAG on the program that are really as passionate, not as many these days, but they are welcome on the program. We don't block, ban, or censor you because you have a difference of opinion or one that is favorable. Gen X says, does she believe in Semitism? What the hell is that? Wanted to respond to a couple super chats before I continue on. Sandwiches. Like I said, MAGA really stabbed themselves in the heart. The lady is correct. So we'll agree with her. I've had several folks in the comments that did agree with the passion of my last guest, but I wanted to make sure I read all the super chats before we continue on. Tap the screen, folks. This is what we do generally Monday through Friday on YouTube, if you will. Feel free to subscribe on YouTube as well if you enjoy that type of dialogue. That's what we do. I see the comments. Advent Comics says Siren with 3 flames. Now, Tim, go ahead and say how she's wrong and everything Trump says is right. I don't know a human being that everything they say is right. So I'm not going to say that. But me and her had a difference of opinion on blacks cannot be racist. I don't believe that. I do believe you can be racist no matter what your culture or your race is. Gordon 777, thank you for the sub. Thank you, Gordon. Alter Ego, yeah. Thank you, Gordon, for that subscription, that sub. At the end of the day, because she used power. I personally don't believe that power is necessary to be racist, but she was saying that blacks, I'm gonna have to move the vehicle because the sun is setting and my YouTube can barely see me now with the sun behind me. But she's saying that blacks, because they are black, I'm trying to see if I can, hang on one second. Because they are black, therefore they cannot be racist. That didn't work either. I disagree because anybody can hate someone else. But let's go with the power dynamic. If I own a business and I only hire black people, how is that any different than a white person that owns a business and they don't hire black people? Or if, let's say, because folks say that Trump was racist because he lost a lawsuit that he was not renting to black people, which to me that is racist. If you're refusing to rent out your apartment units to blacks, which Trump was found liable of in a court of law, to me that's racist. But are we to believe that if a black landlord does the same thing, he's not racist? That doesn't make sense to me. So, and there are plenty of blacks. I'm trying to move to get the sun right here, but there are plenty of blacks that own apartment units. So they don't have the ability to be racist. That doesn't make sense to me. There are plenty of African Americans now in positions of power where they can discriminate against white people. You own a bar, and I don't want to have any white bouncers working in my bar. I'm a hip hop producer. I don't produce white people. There's tons of things you could do in positions of power because they're coming to you for a job. I don't see how you could do that as a black person and it's not racist. But when a white person does it, it is. And I see in the comments, Debo says, are they doing it? I don't know, but my guess is yeah. My guess is there are certainly some black employers that are not hiring white people. Nowhere near to the extent, because most positions of power are maintained by white people, so they are going to have the ability to do it a hell of a lot more. But I don't believe blacks are free of doing that. So I do believe you could be racist no matter what community you're from. But she disagrees with me, and a lot of others do too. Looking in the comments, blacks don't hold the power in society to be racist. They can discriminate. Let's say, for instance, you're walking home from the club as a white man, and all of a sudden you get jumped by a bunch of African Americans, Jussie Smollett style. They got power over you, and they beat the hell out of you simply for being white. Is that not an act of racism? It doesn't make any sense to me. You can't be black and racist. I don't buy into that. I surely believe you can. If you can be charged with a hate crime, you can be racist. That doesn't make any sense to me. You don't have to belong to the whole white community to be racist, which is what some people are saying. I mean, you could be a black officer in the military and choose to not promote somebody that's white and pick somebody black over them. How is that not being racist? That doesn't make sense to me. It wasn't because you were white, they robbed you for your money. Yeah, but what if they're calling you racial epithets while they're robbing your ass? Or what if they use that as a reason to think you have money in the first place? You're walking down the street in the wrong community and they look at you as what we refer to as a lick. That's an easy hit right there. And no racism in that at all, huh? I look, at the end of the day, I don't want to come across as if we're making excuses for black people that might be doing the same shit. Racism is racism. The definition of it shouldn't change with your skin color. If you're doing the same thing, if a white person does something, you deem it as racist, but a black person do it and you all of a sudden say it's not, to me, that's making an excuse for him. If a black person does the same thing, why isn't it racist as well? No, Tim, it's discrimination, not racism. All right, I disagree on some of this stuff. If you're not hiring somebody, like I said, if you see a white person walking down the street and you instantly think they would make a good robbery victim, I don't know. Then what is racist then? What is racism then? If blacks are getting the pass around, we know damn well if that stuff happened to a black person, we would be saying it's racist. I don't see why it's not when it happens to a white person. Going back to the box. Write a link looks like they have money. A lick. Yeah, I guess you know what I'm saying. I mean, Gordon, good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Do you agree that a black person cannot be racist?
I don't know. You kind of changed my thought process on it because I thought it was like more of something what was a bigger situation. Like black people could be bigots and things of that nature, but since they don't really hold real power, then you could say that they. Let me give you. I don't know. You made good points.
Yeah, because I will give you two.
You really did make good points.
I will give you two examples. Tyler Perry or somebody like Oprah Winfrey. You tell me they don't hold enough power? All the actors and actresses that want to come to them and work?
No, because I consider that power. So I would say that was racism. Even though, like before, you really made those points, I would say no. But that made a big. You made a good point about that, and I was on the other side of that.
Okay.
That's racism because they have power, and they can change somebody's life.
Yeah.
By not giving them that position. And I think that's what a lot of black people have had to deal with, is because people have power and because they don't want to give it to them because of their name or whatever the situation, even though they were qualified for the position, they couldn't get it.
Yeah.
And they could do that same thing. You're correct. But like somebody, I think it was Debo, you just said, that was a good question. Are they actually doing that? Or it's almost like the situation with people coming across the border. I am someone that I would think kind of twice about it, because the people that I know that are coming across the border, who I know for sure are not legals, they are very good workers and not breaking the law. So I don't know. So it's almost, it makes me think about when I said that because it makes me think about if we go back in the past and I was like a slave or whatever the case may be, and somebody white said, "Ooh, I'm gonna make sure stay down, because they outside, and I'm gonna let you go through." I would do the same thing. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like because of that, I wouldn't do that. Overall, and I don't know if that made any sense or I made a good point, but that's how I feel about a lot of black people in power. It's almost like I know that feeling, and so if you are really for this position, I'm not gonna not do it because you're of a different color. That's what I
don't. I mean, it depends. I mean,
I could be really biased. I could be really biased. I could.
Yeah, I'm going to assume there's plenty of black people that, you know, maybe own apartment complexes or whatever, and they may feel blacks have been held down for so long, I'm going to give this to a black person first over a white person any day, which is racism.
Yeah, well, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. And I can agree with you, and I'm glad that you even, you know, and that's why I like your show, because you do devil advocate very well. Because when it's somebody who's from the right, you be giving them, you know, I think you ask the right questions. And then if it's from the left, it's almost like you were like giving them good question too, like, oh, why you think that? So you do your thing, and I know you said a lot of people give you hell for that, but
oh man,
I'm glad I got on the I'm glad I got on the show to tell you keep doing your thing. And I've listened to a lot of these shows online, and I promise you, I think that you do the best at making sure that you kind of keep it in the middle of the road. And that's why I like listening to your show, because listen, I'm not a MAGA fan by no means, but you give them a chance to get on here and say they part. And of course, a lot of it I don't agree with, but because you give them a platform, and it's kind of like you really keep it in the middle of the road. For me, there's some of that stuff that they say. Now I'm gonna say the truth of the matter is like a good 95%. I'm like, that's bullshit. But then it be something that they say, I'll be like, oh, okay, I can see how you say that. And it be something that makes me sit back and I have to think about it. So I like that about you, because you get both sides to go on there. You go on some other shows, they'll have people, it'll be a side that I agree with, and they be so darn vulgar and nasty to the person who trying to do their point. I be like, God damn, I can't even be on your
that was
side,
one of the
on
promises.
side that I want to.
Yeah, that was one of the promises from day one, is we never talk down to guests. And people always ask me, why the hell do you got a MAGA hat on? And I say that the purpose of the MAGA hat is to let folks know that, you know, regardless of my own personal beliefs or whatever, my opinions, I do believe that, you know, not liberals, but conservatives, Republicans, and particularly MAGA don't get a fair shake in the mainstream media. So I always have the MAGA hat to let them know, regardless of what opinions you hear on the show, it will always be MAGA friendly.
Okay, yeah, and see, I disagree with that, but you give me the chance to disagree with that, because it's almost like the MAGA people will say, and I may be, once again, biased on that, but it's like the MAGA people will say, oh yeah, the media is so against them. I'm like, well, excuse my language, what the fuck would you looking at when a people of color was getting the bad end of the stick with social, with media? It was like, that was a lie, but now that it's somebody that you like, that you know, now you see it.
That's 100% true. That's 100% true. But fact is, you often don't notice injustice until you are being victimized by it. Like when I mentioned with DEI, whereas white people generally used to get positions regardless if they earned it or not, just for simply being white. And white people didn't have a problem with that pseudo DEI in existence. Now that they are being victimized by it, by their own imagination or their own interpretation, they believe now that DEI is not working in their favor. They can suddenly see it now. But back when you turned on TV in the 70s and 80s, when everything was white, every position of power was a white person, they didn't have any complaints about it. But now that they see it being used for other groups, suddenly, oh, this shit is really bad. Like, I didn't realize how much this sucks.
Yes, but you was nice. You said 70s and 80s. I think it's push that number up a little bit more.
I'm only saying, oh, you mean 90s?
I think it's still there too. I think it was a little bit more lightened, but it was still going on, I believe. Now, once again, I'm gonna keep using this for myself just to try to keep myself honest. I might be biased, but it seemed like it was still going on. It's like, God dang, a lot of this stuff you hear on the news, you like that?
Yeah, but let me say, when in the 90s and more modern times, you say it seemed like it's still going on. I'm saying 70s and 80s because it was undeniably going on, where there was nobody black doing any of this stuff.
And you remember in the 80s and 90s, because I am older too, in the 80s and 90s, they was doing the same rhetoric as that's not true, just like today. So that's the only reason I'm saying it. But I'll give it to you just so it won't be making a argument that doesn't need to be there. But I want to say this real quick because I just made it clear that I am not a MAGA by no means. I am not.
Did you vote for Trump?
But say it again.
Did you vote for Trump?
No, I ain't gonna answer that because you already know the answer to that. But
I think you just answered it by saying that shit. But keep going.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, exactly. I'm being like Trump. Answer the question without answering it. Sometimes you be like, "Do you look?"
You just did. You just did.
Yes. But I'll say this about Trump. I hope that the people who say that we're overreacting with him being racist, the ones who say that, y'all putting things in his mouth and stuff, I hope that you are the ones who are right. I hope that I am wrong on all the feelings that I feel about him. I want him to be successful for bringing America together. So all of this stuff that we're talking about before he gets in, it's just our opinions, if we like it or not. I hope that he does good.
I gotta say, you are the hardest. You are the hardest read I've ever had on. I don't know who the hell you voted for based on how you're talking.
Well, just to say it, for the vice president. Oh, and every time it was something with the vice president doing something, I was clicking a like on that mug, like, come on, let's do this. And all of those Republicans who were in office and they were saying that they was for her and stuff like that, and I was like, yes, Lord, let's get it. I was that. But after he got in, my whole stomach turned, and I was like, oh God, I think I'm gonna be sick. But then after about a week of that, I said to myself, Lord have mercy, he's in there. He's in there. So hopefully these people, and I'm gonna tell you what had me turn the most is it was a lot of people. It was a young black lesbian lady who I work with, and there's a Spanish dude that I work with, and they was kind of for him. And when I saw how they were gleaming for it, I'm like, how? But I know them, and they're good people, and they was really for him. And when I saw that, I said, well, God, even though I still couldn't see it, I said, these two people are for him. Oh Lord, it must be something that I'm not seeing. And it was so many people who was for him. I was so surprised that only the black community was voting against him. I was like, what the?
That's how it turned out on election day. That really only the black community. Everybody else came out for Trump, but the black community really did not. But it is what it is. I got to move it on, Gordon. Go ahead. I give you the last word.
Okay. No, well, I'm gonna say that I still don't see what they're seeing, but I have to be optimistic about what they're seeing because they're my fellow Americans, and I hope that y'all are right over what my heart is saying that this dude is. So I'm rooting for you guys to be right, because
Because we all benefit. Because we all benefit if you're right.
Because we all benefit.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. That's my word. Keep doing your thing, man. I love this show, man. It's gonna be bigger than we know. So us people who really want to talk to him, we better talk to him now, because I'm telling you, in the future, man, it's gonna be billions and thousands of people on this show, man.
Well, I would need to get discovered so I can get out of the damn car. Gordon, appreciate it. Good conversation.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
All right. Wow. That's a very promising call there. Thank you. Now here's one that's not so promising. This came in from Duke 38. Handsome, we have to get you schooled up on your blackness before we let you out here with these MAGA. So in other words, I need to be schooled on blackness before I get up. Well, let me just say this right off the bat. That statement could be taken as a racist statement, because it does have this assumption that all black people have to be a monolith or act a certain way. I mean, difference between a black person brought up in the hood like I was, or somebody brought up in the suburbs, or somebody brought up in an interracial community. I've lived in all of them. I've lived in the south side of Chicago, where there was, I don't think there was a single white person in my zip code. I've lived in areas where there was virtually no white people in my zip code. And I've lived in interracial communities as well. So, I've went to, part of my high school was at a school that was similar to what you would have seen on, what was the movie with Coolio and Michelle Pfeiffer? If I'm getting her name right. I've went to schools like that, bottom of the bucket schools, all black, hood as can be. And then I went to schools where they had an interracial, Dangerous Minds. Yeah. I went to schools like that. And then so I've seen it from every side. So I don't think I fit in any one category of how a black man should be, because I've been around hardcore blacks, and I've been around middle-class blacks, and I've been around a ton of white people, right and left side of the aisle. So I've experienced all of it from childhood on through adulthood. So I've had an experience from a large group of people. So I hear stereotypes all the time, and I'm like, that's not true, that's not true, You got to get out and see more shit, is my opinion. Same thing internationally, too. In America, we tend to think we're the best country on earth. And you got to get out and see more shit. You start realizing some of this stuff is, because we don't necessarily educate our citizens based on fact. A lot of it's based on Christianity and American exceptionalism. But it's not always true. I remember being in Australia on July 4th, and people would ask me, I was working that day, because obviously it's not a holiday in Australia. And why do you guys think you're the only country that's free? Freest country on earth. What kind of freedoms you have here that we don't have? Other than gun rights, none. In fact, they had more freedoms than we did here in a lot of areas. So you got to get out and experience more, do more, and see more than maybe what's in your own community. A lot of Americans don't do that, and that's where you can have those type of stereotypes. Let me go back to the box. You know how we assume people are normal and hope they don't do crazy things? Trump is the opposite. We know Trump is crazy. So in other words, sometimes you assume a person is normal. You automatically assume they're normal, and you're just hoping they don't do crazy shit. He's saying Trump is the opposite, where we know Trump is crazy, and we're hoping he does normal shit. I actually think I personally agree with that 100%, which is why I started the program off by saying that Trump could be one of the best ever. And that was the basis of it. If he don't do some of the crazy shit he's promising, like giving police immunity from prosecution and some of that stuff. If he don't do that stuff, he could be a great president. But as he says, Trump is the opposite. Very funny. And I see Alan said that actually makes sense. That statement is profound with Biden. How? Explain that with Biden. I like to know that. Be yourself, Tim, says DJ Elizabeth. I try. But yeah, like I said, I've seen enough that I can tell you a lot of the stereotypes don't always fit. I mean, it depends on how you grew up. It just does. It's not in Trump's character to be anything normal. There time and place where that can be good, but when you're abnormal and you're doing it deliberately to harm people, that's not good. And I do believe sometimes Trump, well, that's sometimes like this Thanksgiving Day message, the whole basis of our life, where he uses Thanksgiving to say happy Thanksgiving to all, and then goes into this tirade about how awful the left is on Thanksgiving Day. That ain't normal at all. And that's, like I said, that's using your powers for bad. I mean, that is as divisive as you can be. Not your statement, but the person suggesting you have to check your blackness, says Johnny. What is blackness? That's what I've got to ask. I mean, you say check your blackness. What am I getting wrong? I'd like to know. Continuing on, I don't know what's been going on with my screen here, but let's try it again. I've been trying to bring up Arsha. Not your statement, but okay, I seen it. Handsome, you keep giving Trump the benefit of the doubt like MAGA. Well, I gave Biden the benefit of the doubt too. I stated that he was not, he didn't have dementia, he was perfect, and people were just misdiagnosing him. Man, did I eat crow on June 27th. Hang on a second, Gen X. Want to respond to a very nice super chat. Will G, thank you. Appreciate the generosity. Says prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership is a particular racial or ethnic group. So I guess that's what racism is or something you're saying? Prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual. And there's plenty of blacks that antagonize whites, so I guess that would fit that description right there. Antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group. Then like I said, you can be black and racist as well. Gen X, I saw you in the comments. Good evening.
What's happening, my man? Happy late Thanksgiving, my brother.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Good to have you on. I saw you in the comments talking about sandwiches and all of that shit.
What the hell is wrong with Miss Farrakhan?
Miss?
Man, that woman's just so hateful. Just somebody needs to give her a butter knife, a loaf of bread, and some Thanksgiving leftovers and make a sandwich. It's therapeutic. She'll feel much better in the morning.
What is it with you and women making sandwiches?
Man, she meant that. Siren needs to unplug her battery. What is going on? What's up, Doughboy?
I wish she was here. I'd bring her up with your ass, because that's crazy. I see the comments, but here is the rest of the definition of racism, typically one that is a minority or marginalized. Well, if you're trying to get a job at, I mentioned Tyler Perry or Oprah Winfrey Studio, and the majority of the people there are black, and they don't want to hire you because you're white, wouldn't that fit the notion of being a minority? You can be a white person and be in a minority environment, like the rap community, for instance. I mean, it can happen. I do certainly believe that most of that is going to likely come by way of whites against blacks than vice versa, because there's just simply far more whites in power than there are blacks. My argument is, though, the notion that blacks cannot be racist doesn't make sense to me. That's my argument on that.
There's only one group in our society incapable of racism, and we've talked about this before, and that is very young children, because they have not yet been poisoned and taught all the bullshit that all of us, I'm not going to say the liberals or the Republic, all of us have fed into their fucking little minds. They're the only ones not, because they're not capable of it. The rest of us are fucking idiots. Everybody, if anybody says, well, I'm not a racist, I got a black girlfriend, or I got a black friend, or I went to Thanksgiving dinner with some white folk, man, everybody got some racism in them. It's bred into our fucking DNA from the time we're little kids. We're taught it. Racism isn't something that's inherent. It's learned, and it's learned from the people that we trust growing up.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think, well, I agree everybody has a little bit of hesitations towards another group or so, but everybody doesn't act on it. And I think that's where the difference is. And some groups act on it more than others.
And I was going to say, and that's a very good point. It's not the fact that it's there. It's how we deal with it. It's questioning our own beliefs. It's not behaving in a manner that reflects what we fucking believe and if we believe it. Look, I believe that women should stay in the home, raise kids, and make sandwiches. I'm not walking the streets with a butter knife and a loaf of bread looking for a fucking wife.
Why do you believe that?
Because I think there's just a place in society for everybody. I think women should be homemakers, and the man should raise the family and be the breadwinner.
All right.
It's old-fashioned belief, man. It's just a traditional thing.
It is very traditional. You're definitely going back, probably. So when women say they're not, when women under Kamala Harris were yelling, "We're not going back," they were talking to people like you sound like.
Man, Kamala Harris can't talk about going back. She had $1 billion and went back 20 mil of it. Come on now.
You're talking about money, though. I'm talking about in terms of progress. You're talking about rolling us back to a traditional era where women had far less power than they do now, and men had far more.
And you don't think life was better back then?
Not for the women. No. If you're a woman, if you are a woman and you married the wrong guy, your options are very limited.
It depends on the woman too.
What do you mean?
Because you've had some of your guests on here that are MAGA that believe as I believe. Not all of them. None of your liberal women. These blue-haired freaking earrings in their nose freaks. I don't know what the hell they're thinking. But real, normal, traditional women, many of them believe that. Life was a better time, an easier time.
I haven't heard too many women that agree with that. Mostly men are saying that. I haven't heard too many women that say, I would love to go back to the day and age where men had all the power, all the responsibility, and I had to stay at home and make sandwiches. You don't hear women say that at all. It's mostly men that are saying that.
Well, and I must have had something in my ear when your guest, Texas Mom, was in your...
Yeah, that's a good point. She did say that. Texas Mom, obviously a Trump supporter, she did say that. She believed that there was a hierarchy. She said, what, God, man, woman, child. She did say that.
So I got to ask you a question, Tim.
Yeah.
How did your Bears manage to lose yesterday? How the hell did they pull that off?
Bad timing. I mean, just let that last 30 seconds. They should have went to overtime. They should have they had enough time to run another play, get down a few yards, and kick a field goal and take it in overtime. But even though it sucked to watch the last few seconds of that game, just like it did with Minnesota and the blocked field goal with Green Bay, the fact that they were that competitive against the Lions broke everybody's, you bet based on the point spread. The Lions didn't cover the point spread at all. I mean, they only won by 3 points because the Bears were so much more competitive. At the beginning of that game was looking like a blowout, but the Bears got into it, so it sucked to watch them let the 30 seconds run out like that on one single play. But other than that,
11 in a row, first time in their franchise history.
Yeah.
11 wins in a row during regular season, man. I might be rooting for them this year, and I'm a Jets fan.
And here the Bears are down about 5 in a row now. So my Bears are out of it, but everybody else in the division are actually in it. The Vikings and the Packers are all doing very well. It's just my Bears that suck, but that's what happens. That's what happens. Hopefully the Lions take it all away. I can see them in the Super Bowl, maybe taking it all.
We'll see.
All right.
I might buy me a blue and white hat.
Yeah, if we can get you in blue, that's progress. If we can get you out of the red and in the blue, some would say that's progress. Let me ask you before we move it on, before I let you go. Did you see Trump's Happy Thanksgiving message?
Yeah, I saw that.
What the hell was that?
I thought on Thanksgiving, I kind of agree with some of your folks you had up. I just was, come on, man. On the holidays, on Thanksgiving, Christmas, give it a break for one fucking day.
All right.
One day. I wasn't upset about it. It's typical textbook Trump, but just one day, man. Just one day. When I read it, I won't lie. I was a little disappointed. I was like, man, take a step above. Be one step above for one day out of the year, man. Thanksgiving's about togetherness. It's about family. It's about eating good. And the next day, it's about turkey sandwiches. Man, that ain't about political hate and all that other bullshit, man. I don't want to hear about that shit.
All right. That's progress. That's progress right there. You're the first person I've talked to that is MAGA that finally came out and said, even though I would never support Kamala Harris over Trump, I am willing to admit that that's a bit much. I mean, you're the only person I've talked to that support Trump so far, even in the comment section, that actually think that what he did on a day that is reserved for families to get together was somewhat inappropriate. Everybody else defended it.
If nothing else, it was definitely in bad taste.
Yeah.
It was definitely in bad taste.
And I agree 100%, and I know damn well that if Biden or some liberal had did that to Trump on Thanksgiving Day or any other Republican, the same folks defending it would have said it was bullshit and it should not have happened. So I will say this before I move on from you. Stuff like that, to me, in my opinion, removes any credibility from Trump, who claims, well, they never gave me a chance from day one. Why would anybody give you a chance from day one when you're doing shit like that on Thanksgiving?
Because one day is one day out of many. Let's see what the man does a year from now.
Well, hopefully a year from now, he ain't sending shit like this out on the next Thanksgiving.
Hopefully a year from now, we all aren't living in a great big fucking nuclear crater when Biden starts a nuclear war before the man gets in office.
That ain't gonna happen, Jen. I don't think that's gonna happen. Putin ain't stupid.
God, I hope not.
Man, I don't think he's crazy like that. All right, well, I gotta move it on, Jen. Somebody wanted to talk to you. I don't know if they're in there. I wanted to bring up a friend of yours. If you're willing to speak to Siren, who you called out, I got a few minutes for you.
Oh my God!
Let me know if it's too much for you. You let me know.
Why couldn't you say Miss Mo better or my girl Takesha?
Maybe you could make this one your girl.
All right, I go. You know what? Go ahead. Let her vent on me.
If it gets too wild, just let me know. I'll drop both. I mean, let's keep it civilized, but
I can give it, but I can take it as well. Siren, how are you today, ma'am?
You're about to get it. Let me explain something to you, Gen Xer. You came up here with your garbage. Put your mic on mute so we won't have a echo, please.
We can hear.
And I want to say to you with all honesty, you haven't a clue on how to tell Black people what racism is or looks like. And you said that the only people who aren't racist are children. That is a lie, because you all teach your children how to be racist. And we can go have a history assignment if you want, but I'm not going to do that because I'm going to respect Tim's live. But with all due respect, for you to come up here and talk about Keisha and Laquita, that's racist also. When you
really?
So yes, that's racist. Just think that all Black people name is Laquita and LaQuisha.
No, hold on. Those are real people, Siren. That's actually their name.
Yes. But then I can go and call him Bob and Tom and saltine type of pale people names. I can do that, and he'll know what I'm talking about. And wait a minute, excuse me, Jenner. And if my speech is too harsh for you, that you talk about calling me Farrakhan and Malcolm X, then why is it that you allow your orange orangutan? I know you have MAGA knee pads on for him, but why is it that when he speaks vulgarly, call people by their name, out of their names, tell women he's going to grab them by the peas and do all kinds of other vulgar things? You all say it's
okay. Let him respond. Okay, Gen X.
Miss Siren, I apologize for calling you Farrakhan. I couldn't remember Malcolm X's name. My bad.
I love both of them, brother. So you're not hurting my feelings. I accept both of those, Farrakhan and X. Yes.
All right.
Did you have a wonderful Thanksgiving, ma'am? I hope you had a blessed Thanksgiving.
Sweetheart, I don't celebrate a day that unalived millions and millions of indigenous people. And more importantly, do you have your hood in your closet with your tiki torch and you're ready for the new inauguration?
Absolutely. It's a great big black hood with a yellow PB on it.
Well, maybe you're the Grand Wizard. And I want to ask you this also. Are you against dentistry? And how many teeth do you have in your mouth, MAGA?
Every single one of them, ma'am.
When did they give you a new plate to put those in? Because usually MAGA has one other, so you might have a plate. Can you pull them out, or are they glued in? Since we're going to play this game.
Siren, you really, man, you tearing him. He's actually being somewhat cordial to you.
No, he's not being cordial. He voted for Donald Trump. See, Tim, this is what I want you to understand. These people who tell you, come up here and say to you, oh, at least you're pleasant, but yet they're voting for a person who's not pleasant, and tell you, oh, at least you're cordial. When they give you praise, it's because you're making them comfortable. I don't like making MAGA comfortable. They're white tea supremacists, racists, and they're misogynists. He just said he wants women to go back to cooking and cleaning. Let me tell you something about that, Gen Xer. Black women have never had the luxury to stay home and while their husband went out to work. See, during slavery, black women were working. After slavery, black women were the ones working in people's houses to clean their flat-ass houses, and because they were so dirty. Black women have always been working and taking care of the family and helping out when their man could not do that. So when you talk about women being in the house and the husband going out and work to make money, well, because of a system of racism, black men didn't have the opportunities to go out and make money like the white man to take care of his family. That is what racism is.
Gen X.
And that's a shame, because black women are hella cooks.
Okay, I'm going.
Listen. I like your sarcasm. Yeah, black women can
Jesus.
cook. Black women have bomb bodies. They have big, wonderful round asses, and they don't look like ironing boards. They don't have flat pancake asses like ironing boards. And black women, everything they touch, because they are the Eve gene, right? Black women are the Eves of this planet, not some pale-faced ghosts. So yes, I understand your sarcasm, but I also hear your hatred for black women. I hear that in you. And when you say that we're all born, or we're all no, you all are born racist. You are taught how to be racist. Black people all over this world have accepted all other peoples with open arms. They sat down and fed them. They loved on them. And then you all took out your little sickles. And you took that sickle and chopped off the necks of people who undergirded you and helped you and supported you. All you have to do is read Christopher Columbus's little diary about the natives that he encountered here, who were dark people. They're so wonderful. They're so loving. They're so kind. It's a shame that they don't know what we're going to do to them. You all come from demon seeds, as far as I'm concerned. Because if you, and I don't mean all of you, but those of you who support Trump, and that's why I say all MAGA, all of you are racist, white tea supremacist, misogynists. Because if you can take two women, Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, and you choose this disgusting, revolting person who's 34 convicted felons, adjudicated rapist. He already said that he was a person who grabbed women and did things to them when they didn't like it. Also, I'm going to protect women whether they like it or not. You all like that machismo, but guess what? Putin's not playing with him. Donald Trump has knee pads on for Putin. And let me tell you what Putin said. Putin put his wife's pictures out in different states of nakedness on Russian television.
We covered that. That is true.
That's saying stay in your place. And wait a minute. One of Putin's higher ups said, now we got him the election and he better do exactly what we want him to do. You better wake up, Gen X, because I know you don't have $2.3 million in your bank account. So let me tell you something.
Okay, let him get in, Sarah. Let him get in, Sarah.
You're laughing hard, but I can tell your wife doesn't season the food that you're eating.
All right, Siren. God damn. You're always welcome back. You are passionate as hell. You almost sound like you.
Thank you, my love for Brie. I know, Tim, I know you are a gentleman. I know that you like to interact with these people, and I understand that, and I get it. But a lot of us are tired of their asses. We are tired of the bullshit, the gaslighting. We're tired of all this nonsense. I want them to bring on the pain. I want 11 million illegal aliens sent out of this country. You mentioned that, so, yeah. Tim, you and your wife can start working in the fields. Maybe you'll pick some oranges and apples. Are you going to do that?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Are you going to go down there and help DeSantis? Since white people love for the illegal aliens to be gone, so you can get jobs. And guess what? Walmart already said that they're going to get rid of their DEI hires.
Yeah, we talked about that.
So that means people with disabilities. You know, they have a lot of people with mental disability or physical disabilities or the aged. Walmart was very good at hiring them because there was a black movement behind that. And the person who's was the head of the NAACP was very disappointed that Walmart put that out. But Walmart is also one of the greatest.
That is indeed the topic of the show, is what Walmart did. But
and Tim, guess what?
Real quick,
several videos. I'm gonna drop several videos showing parking lots are empty at Walmart.
I saw that. I mentioned that. I did see that.
YT liberals are also boycotting Walmart. Go to Costco, guys. Go to all the stores who are friendly to the 99% of us, even if stupid MAGA doesn't understand it. And I'll drop. Thank you, brother, for bringing me up here.
Salute.
And tell your wife to put some seasoning on your potato salad, and don't put raisins and cranberries in it, okay?
Siren. All right, now I'll give you the last word, Gen X. She had a lot to cover there. Wow. I'm for free speech. You know that. Now, you certainly lean right. You're MAGA. I'm going to give you free speech just like I did her. She covered a lot. Floor is yours.
She got a right to her opinion, Tim,
Yeah.
and that's okay by me. For me to come up here and diss her and get downright dirty and nasty with her, that ain't what I'm about. You know what I mean?
I think you did say something.
Shit.
I think you did say something that went likely over her head and many of the audience head is what you said. She asked you, did you have a hood in the closet? And you know what you said, right? Yeah. I don't think many of the audience caught that, but I definitely caught that. Right. All right, we'll wrap it up.
I ain't never going to disrespect your guest, Tim, or something like that. That woman got a right to her opinion. I don't agree with it. I think she's far off the handle. She needs a Snickers bar and maybe a hug. You know, but God bless her, and I wish her the best.
Gen X is always a pleasure. Both of you and Siren, always welcome back on the program. Doors always open to you. Gen X, thanks for coming through. Have a good weekend if I don't talk to you again.
Enjoy your weekend, man. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
As always, Gen X it is indeed. Fuck around and find out. Ed G, she seems to be the bigger racist here, referring to my last guest. A lot of folks did not. A lot of folks favored my last guest, and a lot of folks did not. So she is certainly of a controversial nature to this audience, because I have folks on both sides of the aisle. You know, we don't believe in having what they refer to as an echo chamber. You're going to get folks from all sides of the aisle on the program. They're going to get the ability to speak here. We don't believe that one side should be able to speak more than the other. So that's why I often take flack. The folks on the left, you're too soft to MAGA, you know, and the folks on the right are like, you a crazy ass libtard. Because I do believe in letting everybody speak. So when you in the middle, nobody likes your ass. So I generally take a lot of pushback because I don't take sides, and both sides tend to criticize me for not taking their side. But that's how free speech is, folks. Will G says the right would not have come up with reverse racism if racism was a thing for all people. The right would not have come up with reverse racism if racism was a thing for all people. True, and it's also a pushback to folks who might suggest that blacks can't be racist. That's what reverse racism usually means, is somebody is being racist and they're not white. That's usually who you hear being referred to as a reversed racist. Looking real quick in the comment section before we continue on. When MAGAs come for you, handsome, don't say we didn't warn you, says Duke. You said, well, shit, I got a lot of liberals don't like me either for this shit. Might be some liberals coming for me. How do I know? I got some people told me I don't even deserve to be able to walk the streets of the hood anymore. It may not be MAGA. Shit, I might get treated like Jesse Smollett on the south side of Chicago because I got a lot of liberals don't like it either. Free speech comes with consequences. People don't like letting other folks speak. I try to deliver a program where you're not going to find a lot of this on social media. Generally, you go onto a platform, it's either all left or the platform is oriented towards the right. But having a host that can push and pull on both sides, you don't generally have that. You know, you may have a left program where they let MAGA to bash and treat them like shit, or a right-wing program that does the same for liberals. But we try to maintain a respectful presence. We don't talk down the guests, give you plenty of time, free speech included. You can be critical of anyone, including the host. It's a little different, so I understand it doesn't, some folks don't necessarily favor it as much. By the way, tap the screen, get me on up over 100,000. We're pretty damn close on TikTok. Make that triple digit like column happen. And as I say all the time, if you favor uncensored dialogue like this from all sides of the aisle, as I said, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So if you favor this, you're in the right place. Monday through Friday is when we're generally here. Follow the program on TikTok, YouTube, horizontal and vertical. Subscription, if you will. I'll grow on Miss Siren, says Gen X. All right. So you're likely to befriend you're likely to befriend Siren in the future. Alter Ego says some people think this is their platform and not yours. Free speech can cause that. What happened to I was trying to bring up Arsha. I don't know what the WR Good evening. Welcome to the program, Whiskey Romeo. Bring on more single women. I need more women on the program. Politics, this type of environment, mostly I get is men, but I'd like to know from some women why more women voted for Trump than than Kamala if women were claiming their rights were being taken. I would like to have more women on the program, but I get more folks on, more men come on. Powerful black women is what Duke 38 said. Bring on more powerful black women. All right, I'll see what I can do. Will G says reverse racism is not a thing. That's MAGA gaslighting. Bring on more powerful black women. All right, I'll see what I can do. Will G, you got a major echo. Are you on Bluetooth?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. You had a.
How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing good. You had a real big echo first, but it's good now. So good evening to you.
All right, man. I'm glad to kind of sit down and break some bread with you.
Good.
I was listening to you, and I heard a lot of people responding back to you about the message that he sent out for Thanksgiving.
Yes.
Okay. So let's understand something. I'm finna be like DJ Julio. Let's understand something. Your campaign started with hate. Your campaign got to progress with hate.
Wait, which campaign? Who you're talking about? Whose campaign started with hate?
I'm talking about 47, 45, whatever you want to call it.
You're saying Trump's campaign. Okay, I just want to make sure I get clear.
He started his campaign.
Okay.
He started his campaign on hate. He started his campaign. One thing I noticed about him all through his campaign if people listen to him, he said white people was being treated bad in this country. And if he get elected again, he's gonna address that. That's his exact words.
He did say
he
that.
Said, I'm gonna address that. So he addressed it. So you see that by the panel he picked. Okay, so he started in hate. He got to progress it in hate, and he got to finish it in hate. And what I'm saying when I say that is, you starting with the migrants first, and then after you finish with them, it's going to be another level of hate, and it's going to come down to the other people who's lived here that look like me and you. It's gonna get to that level.
But if if he's suggesting, hold on,
it's a breakdown.
How is it hate though? If he personally believes white people are being disadvantaged, how is that hate though?
How can black people be disadvantaged when I'm looking at these movies on TV, documentaries about farmers, and they picking cotton out with machines, and Eli Whitney started the cotton gin.
But that would mean, hold on, it's a difference between being wrong and being hateful. If he believes that whites are disadvantaged, you can say he's wrong. That doesn't mean he's a racist, do it?
What do you think? I believe you think the same thing I think, because how can white be disadvantaged when they brought us to somewhere we don't even know? We in a foreign land too. You got to understand that. And when I say he started on hate, he got to end on hate. So when he comes in, and why you think he said what he said yesterday for Thanksgiving? Because he got to keep the demoralization going. Once he keep that going, and once he get in office, he's going to build a more stronger base to what he believes. Okay? And then next things we're going to have to do is, like you said, people are going to get tired of the police stopping them every day. Hey, why? I mean, it's all leading up to what they said. If he don't get elected, it's going to be blood. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to be blood spilled in so many words, he said. What? So, I mean, it's still going to be the same thing after he get elected, because he's got to say to himself and get enough people to believe that when he run again, wait,
he has been elected. Wait, hold on. He obviously has been elected now. You said he's going to be in office for more than 4 years?
He might stick around. That's what he said. He said, I might just stick around. Okay, so when you get he got his people in places in enough states to have a convention of states. And then he changed the Constitution. Everybody missing the point what he doing. So once he do what he do and everything he do, he got a strong base behind him. So he gonna preach that hate until he get time to get elected again. When he don't leave, he gonna have enough people in this world with hate to start that sea war that everybody want. I mean, you got to look at a plot. It ain't chess. It ain't checkers. It's chess.
So you really
think about it.
You really see a possibility that Trump will use the majority to call a convention of the states and try to stay in office for longer than 4 years. You can see a real possibility that happen.
It's what he doing. Everything's set up. He got Elon Musk in there. They got the wins. The Democrat is so soft. They ain't gonna say, "Oh, that's the fastest election I had in all my political career." Called that quick. I mean, at least they take 3-4 days a week, but they called that before 1 o'clock. They called the election. Come on, man. Everybody working with
Yeah,
him.
but when you say they called the election, Trump was winning by a strong margin. How do you respond to folks like Stevie D? Hold on, hang on. Like Stevie D in the comments says, Trump turned lifelong Democrats into Republicans. He's not all there. How the hell that would happen? If he's as bad as you're saying, how the hell would that happen?
That happens because he didn't turn lifelong Democrats into Republicans. They always flip the script. See, they into this PSYOP stuff. They into this conspiracy stuff, and they believe what they want to believe. You feel me? No, he didn't turn nobody, because when she announced her coming out, you had more people come and register to vote than you ever had. See, what Trump did, he hired a bunch of millionaires, and his daughter had a right to these copyrights to these machines. And then you got somebody can call it from a gambling place 4 hours before the race, and you can't put your right foot and your left foot on in the morning.
What are you talking about? You confused me. What are you referring to?
I'm referring to everything you've been talking about today. You talking about what did you just ask me?
I asked you how, if Trump is as bad as you're saying, how did he convince so many folks on the left? I mean, like the Hispanic community, for instance, who generally vote left, a lot of them went for Trump. How did that happen?
The Hispanic community always been prejudiced. They look at me and you, Lord, and we do them. Go to Walmart, go to the stores. They'll jump in front of you. Yeah, man. Listen, I've been observing this, and I got a lot of Spanish friends. Don't get me wrong. My girl got Spanish kids, but don't get me wrong. They still think Trump. Her kids still think he the greatest since sliced bread, and she think a whole different way. Okay, so you got them people that come over here that the Democrats let them over here, and the Republicans trying to kick them out, but they got to step ahead in life, just like Mexican people. They come over here, they ain't doing no harm. None of them don't bother me. I don't care if they stay here the rest of their life. But, I mean, they should come legal, because we don't know who we got in the country, yes. But they don't bother me. But they come in, they get 5 people in the house, they move there, all of them work together. They don't even flush the toilet. They put it in trash bags and throw it in the garbage. But then you see one leave, and then you see another one leave. That's how they get ahead.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this way. Let me ask you, Alter Ego, thank you for that galaxy, Alter Ego. So if you wanted to, because you mentioned people should come here legally, we need to know who's here. If that was your primary concern, making sure our borders are secure and knowing who the hell's coming in this country, and you had to choose between Kamala Harris and Trump, who you voting for?
I'm still going to vote for Pamela, because Trump, I would have voted for Trump if he was talking different. I was going to after the next election after Joe, but Trump changed his whole different. What is he doing? Just like you saying, he changed his whole conversation from the last election to now.
He's a different candidate. And I see in the
only thing he didn't change then is saying, hold on, Tim. Only thing he didn't change is doing something like this. Well, George Floyd was a good dude. He shouldn't have been done like that, and he need to be punished. Okay, It's still good people. It's still good people. That's the only thing he didn't change. He is never going to apologize for a person my color, or a person that's a little lighter than me, or a little darker than me, speak a little different than me. You know what I'm saying? He's never going to do that.
Yeah, he ain't the apologizing type. I think that's what you're getting at. He ain't known for apologizing. And real quick in the comment before you continue on, I seen Will wanted to point out, he said 400 years of advantage, and now he thinks white people are at a disadvantage. So he's saying that you've had everything in your favor for 400 years. How the hell could you so suddenly think that white people are at a disadvantage? Is that something you would agree with, WR?
I don't. How can white people be advantaged? I drive truck. I look at y'all farms. I look at y'all houses. I look at the stuff in the suburbs. All y'all Trump signs on the fence. I look at where I live and where I've been. It's only dots of people that's my color that lives out there amongst them. Yeah. And then, just like I was looking at the farming show today, they had that land from 18-something. That's a family. That's generational wealth, and that's how they keep it. But if they had it since 1800s, who was working them in the 1800s before that cotton gin was discovered by a black man? Who was it?
That's a good point. That's a good point. And generational wealth is any family that has benefited from owning property and farms from that era. They definitely had white privilege because they benefited from something that no black family can say this farm has been in my family since the 1800s because they weren't allowed to own it. So I do agree with it from that standpoint. But WR, I do gotta move it on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Last thing I want to say is what I started with. That's how, in order to, if the Democrats and the Republicans that's on the right side of history stay strong in Congress and don't let it happen, then we may have another election. But until we have another election, expect to hear another Christmas tweet just like that. And you're going to hear that for 4 years until he get a base strong enough to believe him. And then he's going to come after all the Democrats, whether you got power or not, because he want this country just like Putin. Putin said today, I think he's in trouble because of the attempts on his life.
Wow.
So that's just the way I'm gonna say it. You go look at that up, but that's what Putin said today. So you can go look that up, but he think he in danger.
That's scary. That's you painted a dark picture, but
that's for Putin. That's for both of them.
Putin is all right in Russia. Putin, ain't nobody trying to take Putin out in Russia. He's okay.
Right, but only reason he said that is to make Donald DT 47, 45 Trump story look stronger. It's just making it look stronger. That's to get the support of people so he can run our country just like he's teaching him how to do.
That's scary. All right, fair enough. That's scary. Hopefully that ain't the case, but thank you for coming through. Doors always open to you. All right, moving on with the program. If you're not contributing to Trump's wealth, you have nothing coming from him but tough row to hoe. I don't think most Americans are, well, maybe not. I done bought a bunch of MAGA hats, so maybe I contributed to his wealth in a small way. I don't know. Contributing to his wealth. We need free therapy for Trump derangement syndrome because it's making people so hateful. It's sad. Stevie D, friend of the program, let me just say something real quick. You're saying we need therapy for Trump's derangement syndrome because it's making people so hateful. Well, I gotta counter with his Thanksgiving Day message. That could absolutely cause Trump derangement syndrome. When you spend Thanksgiving Day chastising, what did he call it? The radical lunatic left. To use a Thanksgiving Day speech to do that. If you were concerned, I'm talking about Trump or MAGA, anybody that's concerned with TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, or hate towards Trump, you gotta admit this doesn't help it for him to send a message like that out on Thanksgiving Day. He's not helping that. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Read the message and just love the guy anyway? I mean, he's clearly talking about millions of people. He's clearly insulting a bunch of people. And I guess the counter would, well, they did it to him first. He's the president. So what he did on Thanksgiving Day could certainly accentuate Trump derangement syndrome. That was not good. Agreed. I just don't think you should hate a whole group of people because they voted that way. No, I agree with you on that, but when you start saying radical left lunatics, I'm hearing whole groups in his statement. I'm hearing whole groups in his statement. So it's got to start at the top. That's all I'm saying. We need more unity in this country. We don't need another president talking about they didn't give me a chance from day one. But it ain't, right now, we're not at day one for Trump's second administration. It's still day zero. He has not came in office yet. He's doing things in day zero right now. So that when he comes on office on day one, you got shit out there that's like this. You just took office in January, and the Thanksgiving before that, you were online insulting people. Because people always say, well, you never gave him a chance from day one. Well, he's doing shit on day zero. I brought that up with the whole Obama was born in Kenya thing, because they say you didn't give him a chance on day one in his first presidency. Well, day zero, he was really disgracing the guy before him. That needs to stop. That's all I'm saying. Every holiday he does it, says Walter Bloom. Is that true? Don't call folks snowflakes, then melt like one when they say something critical. There's validity in that. And I hear usually the term snowflakes comes from the right, but I'll tell you one thing. Trump is definitely a snowflake. Trump does not have thick skin. He does not have thick skin. If you say something about Trump, I don't care if you're some high school senior in the middle of the Midwest. If your comment goes viral, Trump is going to respond to it. Trump is not a thick-skinned individual. He definitely falls under the same category of a snowflake that is defined by the right. He is that. I mean, he goes to debates talking about Rosie O'Donnell and shit like that. Who does that? I mean, so he is a snowflake in itself. Trump's an asshole. That's what he's always been, says JoJo. All right, if you want to use it as asshole. That's how you know MAGA is uneducated, to think derangement is opposition. No, no, it's not opposite. And I agree with you that they are confusing derangement and opposition, because you can be deranged over something you like an obsession, like getting Trump's face tattooed on your shoulder, on your back, getting Trump's face painted on your car. You can be deranged in adoration of Trump. And Will G is correct. You don't hear anybody refer to somebody having TDS that really, really likes Trump. But you can be deranged in favor of him too. So you are correct in saying that they are confusing opposition and derangement in one. Because if you're deranged, you're deranged. You can be deranged for something you really, really like. It ain't always about hatred. But MAGA only sees people with TDS as people who do not like Trump. Buying and wearing all his merchandise like a uniform. Buying and wearing all his merchandise like a uniform. That is true. People got Trump gold chains and shit. That's derangement. That is wearing this shit like a uniform. That's funny. I gotta say, one thing I will say about President Trump, I will give him hella credit for, because people say he's not a good businessman, he's not successful, and he 6 bankruptcies, and they bring up MAGA merchandise is incredibly successful. MAGA merchandise is so successful, you can sell that shit bootleg and make money. People on TikTok selling MAGA hats and shit that ain't got nothing to do with Trump and making money off of it. Half of the country is buying MAGA merchandise. How many other businesses can, other than maybe Nike or somebody, how many people can say that half of the country is buying my shit? I mean, Trump has, well, maybe not half of the country, but pretty damn close. Trump got, what, 70 million or so voted for him? I would say the overwhelming majority of folks who voted for Trump probably have a MAGA hat. All MAGA does, and at least 30 to 40% of Trump supporters are MAGA. All of them have MAGA hats, shirts, towels, and flags and shit. I mean, MAGA merchandise is making a kick. Can you imagine going from town to town to town and holding rallies? There's thousands of people and everybody got your shit on with your name on it. Can you imagine how much money that is? Even musicians and rap stars and shit like that, when they throw concerts, everybody at the concert is not wearing their shirt. You go to a MAGA rally, I've been to a couple MAGA rallies, everybody is wearing his shit. That's impressive. That's a MAGA merchandise alone is generational wealth. I'm not even talking about Trump fucking steaks and all this other stuff. He went bankrupt, Trump golf courses. MAGA merchandise alone is generational wealth. That one thing. Not to mention, we talk about Kamala Harris raising $1 billion in campaign funds and squandering the money. Trump came pretty close to raising that kind of money too. And he gets to keep a lot of that. He's still collecting money, just like Kamala Harris is still sending solicitations for money for the left-wing causes. Trump is still collecting money too. Get to keep all of that shit. A young Melania Trump is gonna ride off a very, very wealthy guy someday. Girl. Melania Trump is going, and his kids, of course. They're gonna end up with a killing. Trump ain't gonna probably be around no more than 10 years, but some of them gonna be really, really rich. The Trump name is generational wealth at this point. Who knows how much money he's going to get out of Elon? Elon got it to give. Elon definitely has it to give. If he do a few things that Elon Musk likes, Elon could easily funnel $1 billion or so into Trump. It ain't even noticeable for Elon at this point. I mean, dude is making double-digit billions in a week or two in some cases. It ain't even noticeable. So, yeah, Trump's wealth this time, for folks who say, well, he didn't take a salary. He didn't make any money the first time. He's going to make a lot of money this time. I can guarantee you that. He's going to make a lot of money. He will probably be the most profitable president in U.S. history. He's going to make a lot of money this time. If he's not already the most profitable. Because as I just stated, MAGA merchandise, I mean, obviously Obama and Bush, and none of them make that kind of money. They write a little memoir on the way out of office. You know, Obama wrote a book. Bush wrote a book. You know, I've purchased a book. They make a few money. You know, they make some money off of the book. Might be a 7-figure deal, but MAGA merchandise, god damn, that's got to be a ton of money. So he is probably already the most profitable president in U.S. history. And I see in the comments, JoJo says, yes, and we will lose a lot of money. Hey, I can't speak on that, but a lot of Americans love the guy. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 102,000. Some of you folks did tap the screen after all. I appreciate that. And some of you folks, hopefully you follow the program and hit subscribe on YouTube. Nevertheless, Monday through Friday is when we are here. So if you favorite us, feel free to follow and subscribe, and I will see you tomorrow. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Catch you later. And on my YouTube Saturday, same. Thank you folks for supporting the program. Catch you tomorrow.